Ready? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, February 13th, 2025 Otero County Commission meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order and have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Marquardt.
Here.
Commissioner Matherly.
Here.
Commissioner Varela.
Here. And if you'd please rise for the invocation, Commissioner Varela.
Father, I ask you to open our eyes to see your will, open our ears to hear your direction, open our mouths to ask the right questions, and open our hearts and mind to make the decisions to move our county to a better place. Amen.
Amen. If you'll please follow us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And now we're going to have a proclamation from Miss Elaine. Is she here? Oh, there you are. Right in the front. I'm looking at Michael over here. Okay. Yes, please stand. You deserve this. Okay. Whereas Elaine Lynch came to the Sacramento Mountain Senior Services in August of 2013 after a lifetime of experience in keeping businesses successfully operating. Whereas Elaine Lynch used her decades of business expertise to oversee the finances of the Sacramento Mountain Senior Services, and she did so long after most persons of her skill, ability, and experience could and would have retired. Whereas Elaine Lynch undertook the duties of maintaining the accuracy of income and expenses and the required monthly reporting as required by the state of New Mexico. Whereas Elaine Lynch spent many hours over many years, far past her scheduled daily and weekly times, so that she could ensure the funding remained viable, that is necessary to provide services to seniors enjoying both congregate meals at the Cloud Cup High Road and Mayhill Senior Centers. Whereas Elaine Lynch was crucial in the administration of finance and the leadership that kept the Sacramento Mountain Senior Services able to provide meals to seniors in their homes during the COVID pandemic of 2020. Whereas Elaine Lynch assumed the executive directorship in early 2024 at the Sacramento Mountain Senior Services, refusing the commensurate pay increase for the position, and once again spent time far past her scheduled work hours to restructure SMSSI during a difficult period of reorganization under the auspices of the state of New Mexico. Whereas Elaine Lynch has spent time training the new SMSSI director and finance officer to ensure the continued ability of the organization to meet the increased demands for services throughout the Sacramento Mountains. Whereas Elaine Lynch has selflessly offered to be available to consult at SMSSI when the need may arise. Now therefore we do hereby proclaim February 13, 2025, Elaine Lynch Day. In the county of Otero, New Mexico, and on behalf of the Otero County Commission and citizens of Otero County, New Mexico, we offer sincere congratulations and best wishes. Yay! Yes, you can say something.
I could not have done that if it wasn't for our wonderful staff, volunteers, our board, and the county. I have to thank Julianne, Pam, and Sylvia for all their help. Michael Schimberry, the board president, and the AAA has helped us a lot. Thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you.
And I do have here my nephew Larry Weeks, his wife, Jennifer. That's Bob.
But why don't they all come up and get the picture?
Oh, okay.
And Michael, you need to come up here too. You've been a big part of this. Come on up here. Don't be shy, Mr. Radio. We know you're okay. Come on up here. You're the star of the show. You gotta be up here. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you. This isn't on the agenda, but we got, the House of Representatives of the state of New Mexico declared February 6th and 7th Otero County Days. Can I read this, or I know it's not on the agenda? I didn't have it in time to get it on the agenda. Whereas Otero County was established in 1899 and is named after Miguel Antonio Otero, a prominent political figure in New Mexico's territorial days. And whereas Otero County is home to White Sands National Park, an awe-inspiring natural wonder of glistening white gypsum sand dunes covering 275 square miles, drawing visitors from around the world. And whereas Holloman Air Force Base, located in Otero County, serves as a crucial hub for national defense, hosting the 49th Wing and playing a pivotal role in military aviation, research, and innovation. And whereas Alameda Park Zoo, founded in Alamogordo in 1898, is the oldest zoo in the Southwest, providing conservation and educational opportunities for visitors of all ages. And whereas the New Mexico Museum of Space History in Alamogordo celebrates New Mexico's contributions to space exploration and houses the International Space Hall of Fame, honoring pioneers such as Dr. Robert H. Goddard, the father of modern rocketry. And whereas the Tularosa Basin Museum of History preserves the diverse cultural and historical heritage of the region, showcasing artifacts and exhibits from early Native American civilization, Spanish settlers, and the railroad era that shaped Otero County's development. And whereas Otero County has been home to many notable individuals, including Oliver Lee, a legendary marshal and rancher, gunfighter known for his role in the early settlement of the Tularosa Basin, Alan Hale, an astronomer and discoverer of the Hale-Bopp comet, United States Senator Albert Fall, a key political figure of the early 20th century, Governor Edward L. Meacham, who served 4 terms as New Mexico's chief executive, physicist Edward Condon, a major contributor to quantum mechanics and national defense research, and Kim Stanley, a distinguished actress for her work on stage and screen. Whereas the county offers a wealth of recreational opportunities, including hiking in the Lincoln National Forest, exploring the historic village of Cloudcroft, enjoying Oliver Lee Memorial State Park, and experiencing the cultural heritage of the Mescalero Apache tribe. And whereas Otero County continues to contribute to the economic, scientific, and cultural prosperity of New Mexico through its industries, military presence, and historical significance. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the state of New Mexico that in recognition of Otero County's extraordinary contributions to the state, February 6th and 7th, 2025, be proclaimed Otero County Days in the House of Representatives. Bam! Okay. So now we need to move on and get the agenda approved. We need to make a couple of changes. Did I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll second. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are going to move under new business, the new business item number 31. John Barding's going to do that during his report. And then we're going to pull on the consent agenda item number 9, and Commissioner Barella is going to read that proclamation. And I think that's it. Okay, so we'll start with our Sheriff's Office report.
No, we need to do the 9:05
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
public
Got it.
meetings.
Why is that not on here?
It is, turn the page.
You guys always mess me up with these things on the second page. I like to go in order.
Yep.
Okay, discuss here public comment and consider approval on whether the Alcohol Beverage Control should approve or disapprove the proposed issuance of liquor license application number DIS 000721, located at Stone Corner Shell, located at 185 US Highway 82 in Alamogordo.
Is there anybody here for this item? No.
And this is basically just a transfer of the liquor license, so it's really nothing new.
Yeah. I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And it's kind of the same thing with the second one. Discuss, hear public comment, and consider approval on whether the Alcohol Beverage Control should approve or disapprove the proposed issuance of liquor license application number DIS 000313, CNC Shares LLC, doing business as CNC Liquors and More, located at 419 County Line Road in Chaparral. And this is also just a transfer, so
Is there anybody
of
here?
ownership.
There's somebody here.
Okay. Did you want to say anything, or? Okay, okay, all right.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, number 3, discuss your public comment and consider approval of expenditures of SRS Title III funds.
Were you almost late?
I know.
We need every
It's
meeting to
awesome.
be like this.
Morning, Commissioners, Matt Clark, Emergency Services.
And I'm Laura Doff, South Central Mountain RC&D.
And we'd just like to continue our relationship that we have with South Central RC&D, using our SRS Title III monies, working on Firewise, working on thinning properties up in the forest. And Laura has more information on that for us.
So it's been a busy year. We have just finished up our project that was a $100,000 grant that we got through New Mexico counties. That was up in Tiburon, where we were able to do thinning around their source water protection, Carissa Springs, and actually be able to put a fence around that as well. We're continuing our work with the Bureau of Land Management and moving actually into phase 6 of that thinning project. We will be working closely with the Otero Soil Water Conservation District. They are going to be taking over an NFL project, non-federal lands project, thinning around the village of Cloudcroft up there. We are applying for additional funds on several different areas within Otero County via New Mexico Forestry Division. And probably the biggest project that we have coming up is, you have on your agenda today the approval of the Community Wildfire Defense Grant. And that is going to be revising our community wildfire protection plan for Otero County, which is a huge undertaking, particularly given the insurance issues that we're facing, those types of things. So Matt has already identified a company that he'd like to help with that, but we'll be working with the core group, all of our federal agencies and land management agencies, communities, the public, in trying to get just the absolute best community wildfire protection plan we can for you guys.
And we are planning on having that meeting in Cloudcroft on February 24th at 6 p.m. at the Cloudcroft Gym.
Correct. Yeah, Eric Wershing is organizing that. I know that we have folks coming from New Mexico State University to give information on that. Sid Gordon will be there presenting, and he is our chair of the RC&D. So that's a meeting that I would really encourage everybody to attend, especially we know that we're going to have an early fire season this year because it's been so dry and our winds have been so strong, so the timing is excellent for that.
I did hear from Mayor King on Cloudcroft that there might be a hiccup with the location if they have a basketball tournament that day. Have you heard anything about that?
I have not.
He's supposed to be checking on it for me, so hopefully we don't have to move that because I think we're going to have a big crowd. So.
Right.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much. Do you have any
calendar.
questions? Yeah, it should be good. Be a good meeting.
No, that pipeline meeting that we attended yesterday or day before or whenever we attended, I think we need to get some of those as stakeholders to our planning group.
Okay.
Maybe just the ones that have pipelines running through Otero County. I don't know if you've already thought of that or not, but I thought of that while I was there.
And I'll be having a lot of meetings with them because that new rule that they were talking about, I'm not a fan of, that unintended consequences. Because sending a responder out for a 72-mile stretch and say it's here.
Right.
So,
I listened to that dispatch too and thought how easy that could happen.
yeah.
So.
So, had meetings scheduled with them, and we were going to also discuss all of that too. So,
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you so much. Do we need a vote on this one?
No.
So now I can get back to my front page. Okay, now we'll have our sheriff's office report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine.
They don't want to stay for the next 5 hours?
No.
My old man eyes up here. Good morning, Commissioners. David
Good
Black,
morning.
Otero County Sheriff. For January of 2025, our patrol deputies responded to 2,434 calls for service, generated 219 investigative reports, had 46 traffic crash investigations, resulted in 66 arrests, have 5 summons that were served, had 95 traffic citations issued, had 298 subpoenas for the court served, and the calls that we assisted with in Alamogordo was 516, calls in Cloudcroft was 51, calls in Tularosa were 78. In our narcotics division, we had 5 search warrants, we had 22 arrests, we had 2 agency assists, generated 42 case reports. We had 5 vehicles that we seized, 3 firearms that we seized, 13 fugitives apprehended, 1 jail possession case, seized 68 grams of meth, 6.8 grams of heroin, 2.6 grams of cocaine, 4,476 fentanyl pills were seized. A total of about a little over $74,000 worth of illegal narcotics seized. Our special events, the only one we had in January, we went to the Alamogordo High School Career Day, had a booth there and talked with some high school students and stuff there. In our training, the SO has resumed with the second half of our 2-year training cycle. So a lot of that stuff we did last year, we're fixing to start it all over again and do it again. About 24 hours of mandated training. We are going to have lieutenant and sergeant's testing coming up at the end of the month. After the results of this testing, several deputies will begin the required supervisor training for their possible promotion to sergeant or lieutenant. 3 deputies, Woodring, Guzman, and Ariano. These are the 3 that were at the Hobbs Academy. They have completed the academy. They started their 12-week FTO program. And we look forward to getting them into the solo patrol here before too long. We have Deputy Lopez, who started the Hobbs Academy, the newest academy. He's I think this is his 3rd week in the academy. Got updates on him. He's doing very well over there. I was fortunate enough to pick up some more laterals. I got a Deputy Francisco Martinez, Mario Rocha. They both come over from the eastern part of the state. Martinez is currently in the lateral FTO program. Deputy Rocha, he's going to start with us on the 16th. He would have started sooner, but he is actually an FTO for the agency he is at, and he has an FTO, and he asked that he be able to complete that assignment before he comes over. So we're going to honor that. I think that's just the right thing to do. So Deputy Dalton Sewell, he left us about 6 months ago. He has now returned to work with us.
Good.
He just started with us again. We are very happy to have him back. And then I have Andres Pintor and Ulysses Gutierrez. They are in the final stages of the hiring process. We hope to have them on board. They're both lateral transfers, so we'll get them spun up pretty quick. I have 63 authorized positions as it stands right now. And with these 2 right here, I've got 1 opening. And I've got 2 lateral transfer interviews at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So I hope to have that slot filled by the end of the month.
Be amazing.
Yes.
Completely staffed.
I do anticipate a couple of openings come the March, April timeframe due to some retirements. So we're going to have a hiring process start in March. We'll start with the physical fitness portion of it and everything for non-certifieds, but we'll also put the word out. Again, we're still accepting lateral transfers. So I hope to stay fully staffed here for a while. On our vehicles, I got 2 more Tahoes that are in the final phases of upfit. They should be in the next few weeks, have those. And then the upfitter will get to work on our 3 ACO trucks, get them upfitted. I also expect to have 5 more Tahoes ready for pickup sometime in March. When we get those, we'll get them to the upfitter, get those started. Just an update on, I've continued to work with Representative Sarah Silva on the Chaparral Public Safety project down there. We're making some good progress on that. We're talking to the right people and see what kind of funding we can get up for this project. And we'll have to wait and see at the end of the 60-day session, just what kind of money we're gonna have. But I've heard several different numbers, very promising on the money. And I wanted just to throw this out at you also. It's been brought to my attention, there's been inquiries into the $1.3 million that we allegedly received from drug seizures last year. I'll tell you right now, we do not and will never receive any money from drug seizures, okay? That $1.3 million, the report I give to you, that is an estimated street value of the drugs that we have seized. We didn't get $1.3 million.
Darn it.
Yeah. I would love to have it, but I think if we profit from the drugs, that's how people get arrested. Profiting from drugs.
Yeah.
So, we don't have $1.3 million. Basically, these drugs, I mean, they're placed in evidence after seized. They get sent to the lab for testing. Once they come back, they're back in evidence. Once the case is over, it's adjudicated, whether it be, found guilty or innocent or they do a plea deal or whatever. Then we submit a destruct order to the DA's office. Once we get that destruct order, we package it all and we take it to an incinerator and it's all destroyed in an incinerator. So we do not profit from any of those drugs. And the last thing is reference to the officer-involved shooting. I'm sure you all know Deputy Diaz has been charged with first-degree murder. The case is now in the hands of the judicial system. So at this point, again, I cannot and will not discuss the specifics of the case as it is pending trial. So we'll see how that works. Now, stand for any questions that you have.
Sheriff Black, I'd like to just say, a while back, I went on a ride-along with one of the deputies, and it was very interesting. They were very professional, and I was very impressed. I just want to say thank you.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Do you have any bills in Santa Fe that you want anybody to be aware of, that we need to be watching?
There's a mess of them right now.
I know.
It's very confusing just because, there's new hit every day. And talking with them, there's a lot of those bills relate to public safety, some gun bills and stuff like that. They're talking about an omnibus bill, which basically they're going to take a whole bunch of bills and put it into one and try to pass it as one. We have reservations with that because there's going to be good ones and there's going to be bad ones, and they're going to try to pass them all off as one bill. So we've been fighting that as far as through the Sheriff's Association. I know Chief Steele from Las Cruces is kind of representing the chiefs of police and stuff. So yeah, we've been very vocal at the legislature. We went up there the 6th and 7th. I went back on the 10th. I'm sure I'll be going back soon. There's a lot that we need to voice our opinion on. If we don't, they're just going to pass this stuff, and we're going to have to live with it. So we'll keep. There are some good ones, and there are some bad ones. So we've got to kind of weed those out and fight them how we need to. So.
Okay. Anything? Okay, all right, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
And we're gonna have John Barney come up, and we're gonna talk about new business 31 while he's here.
Good morning, Commissioner. John
Good
Barney,
morning.
911 Director. How are you guys today?
Good.
Where would you like to start?
It's your show, buddy.
Okay, I'll start with just statistics, and then, so for 911 calls, we did 2,484 911 calls into the 911 center for the month of January. A little over 1,000 officer lines, 7,825 admin lines, with a total of 11,403 phone calls into the center. I added a couple more statistics to this month. We did 353 abandoned calls, which that means Every time someone calls and hangs up in the 911 center, we have to call that person back to verify that they don't have an emergency. So we did do 353 of those. Our busiest hour for the month of January was between the hours of 4 and 5 p.m. And to throw a statistic in there for the fire department for NFPA standards, NFPA requires us to answer our calls within 15 seconds. They require us to do 95%. Our dispatch center, within 15 seconds, we did 98.58%. So our dispatchers are answering calls within 3 seconds of a ring, and actually, that's only like really a second in the 911 center by the time it hits the trunks and everything like that. So our dispatchers are doing phenomenal with statistic-wise. We do currently have 9 communication officer positions still open. We did just do a hiring process. We only brought 2 in out of the 5 applicants that did apply. We do have 5 more applications sitting on the desk, and we're gonna probably process them sometime later next week. Events for the month, we did attend a PST graduation. We had 3 dispatchers graduate out of the first Doniana, which is the Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Academy. That's the first one they've ever held, and we hope they hold more. They're gonna try to do them, I believe, every quarter is what my understanding was. We did attend Carbine training. Carbine is our new E911 call handling system that was done last week. We were gonna go live next week, but they had to push that back due to some issues and equipment that was not installed into our back room just yet. But we're looking in about less than 30 days, that's when we're gonna be going live. I attended the New Mexico Legislative Conference. Our 911 affiliate, we discussed a couple things. The surcharge bill, which is gonna be $1.50 for surcharges, which will help more funding in the 911 system to help support more 911 centers with other types of stuff. CAD integrations, actually cover the cost and help with the cost of actually employment and stuff like that. So hopefully it gets passed today. It's actually sitting in that legislative today. So we should hopefully have some news on that. We are working on some text to 911 coming into the center here soon with the EZNet project, with the go live of EZNet for the state in April. But we are looking to do something similar with Google. Google has asked us to participate in a study for them for text to 911 through a program called Rapid SOS. So we are looking at that right now. Our fire alerting system that I've talked to you guys about is live. We don't have a CAD integration just yet, so it is manual from the dispatchers. And as we build out some more things, we'll then start training the dispatchers on how to use fire alerting system. And then again, last thing was our go live date for Carbine will be with less than 30 days. I think we're looking the week of the 10th for March. So.
Have anything?
No, I'm good, thank you.
I was gonna just throw it out there. I know we've talked about this before, but can you explain the reverse 911 system and how that works?
Yeah.
Because everybody needs to be on that, especially our people in the mountains.
Yeah, absolutely. So we recently switched to a program called Genesis. There's 2 parts of the Genesis program that we have. One of them is our alerting, which has been integrated with iPause. So if you don't have it set up on your phone or registered, it will still alert you if we do put out an iPause alert, which is very similar to an Amber Alert or like a major incident where we can actually pretty much attack your phones to alert you. And then we have another thing, part of that is the evac process. So if you go in and you register through the app, we can actually push out notifications for evacuations. I know Matt Clark with the Emergency Service Division, he has been adding like road closures in there and prescribed burns and stuff like that. And it will actually, is Matt, are you out there? How big are each zone? They're only a couple blocks, right?
In the city, there are a couple blocks, but out in the county, they're acres because they kind of broke it down by population. So there's not a huge population being evacuated unnecessarily. So in the county, I do have a couple properties that are, 2,000-3,000 acres, 4,000 acres, but there's only like 10 people that live there.
But we're able to break those zones down to be smaller zones if we need to. So that's part of that process. So there's the 2 parts, one for normal alerting and then the other for a evacuation process. The fire chief with Cloudcroft has reached out. He would like to do testing on a monthly basis through iPause and the sirens and everything. So I think we're gonna start trying to do that. Whenever they want to do it, we'll do a whole countywide alert like we did with the one a couple weeks ago.
So if somebody is already registered, do we need to go back and re-register and download an app?
No, so if you're already registered with that, that's your alerting side of it. If you download the Genesis Protect app, that is your evacuation, which will tell you the zone that you live in, and it's all based off of geofencing. So we were talking about when we had the bomb threat here in town, we actually used Genesis to put that zone into a stay in shelter zone. And I think we left it active for a while, and that drove through it, and it actually alerted him that he drove through a zone that was in a shelter-in-place zone. So it works off of via geofencing, so no matter where you are, you don't have to live in the zone. As long as you're traveling through that zone, it will still alert you.
And what's the best way to register for that people don't know?
It's all on our website, so tbrda.org, and it also is on the county website too, under countywide alerts. As long as you just go ahead and download Genesis Protect, it's pretty self-explanatory there. If you want the alerting, everything's on the website to how to actually register and put all your information in there and everything like that.
All right, it's a really good deal. I mean,
Yeah.
especially for wildfires and stuff that move fast.
Yes,
So,
and as we're coming up to that season, we want to make sure that everyone is protected and everyone gets those alerts, so
exactly.
we can get those out.
The,
Matt, come up here so they can hear you at home.
so the other thing with the Genesis Protect app is the only thing you have to do is make sure you allow it to run in the background. Otherwise, it's not going to pick up your geofence when we put an area in alert. That's it. It doesn't do a lot of battery usage because I have mine running all the time, even though I'm the one sending them out. It doesn't grab data from you. It just, I need to know that geofence for your cell phone. The other thing that they do is they have partnered with Watch Duty. So once we push an evacuation, Watch Duty will pick it up and they will verbatim our evacuation. So everything that we put in it, they add to it. Basically, they just copy it and get it out in another way through Watch Duty. Traffic is picked up through the Waze app. So anything that we put, roadblocks, road closures, whatever, Waze is going to pick it up and alert the drivers as they're coming closer to it as well. So really robust program. Still learning more and more about it, but if you go to tbdra.org or the county website, we have the links up there to get you registered. The only one that you have to register for is the Otero County Alerts. You have to create a login. The nice thing about the alerts is it'll do cell phone, voicemail, landline, and emails. So we can really get the word out. We just have to have the residents do their part to try and help us get the word out of anything that's happening, so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Welcome.
Hey, do we want to do the resolution first, or John's got some awards to give out? Which would you rather? Okay,
Could I go grab?
yep.
Okay. So, I'm gonna try to talk loud so everyone can hear me. So we're gonna recognize two people, one for Communication Officer of the Quarter and Communication Officer of the Year. We'll start off with the Quarter. This person has made significant contributes over the past year, consistently demonstrating exponential call handling skills, calm, reassuring demeanor, and high-pressure situations. She has handled numerous calls and has been successful, calm, distressed callers, ensuring they felt supported by gathering critical information for their first responders. She has also been handling a lot of domestic calls, maintaining her composure, diffusing tense situations, and dispatching help quickly and accurately. Her ability to provide help and comfort during the emergencies has had a positive impact to both callers and the community, showcasing her dedication to be a role in the communication officer position. This person stands out to her calm demeanor under pressure, strong communication skills, and dedication to growth, as she just became a communication training officer with Tiberta. her composure in high-stress situations and willingness to learn to make more impact to the Taberta team. And with that, we'd like to recognize Marissa Ornelas as the 911 Communication Officer of the Year for the fourth quarter of 2024. Communication Officer of the Year for 2024. This person has faced some most intense and high-stress calls this year, handling each one of them with unwavering composure and professionalism. She is with the dispatcher on the Long Ridge Channel during a barricaded subject at the mall, worked an officer-involved shooting while simultaneously being on the phone with them, and covered APD and Long Ridge Channel with a gunshot victim incident when it was unfolding. She was also the radio dispatcher during that officer-involved shooting in a radio dead zone, where she flawlessly managed to call, log all the notes, updated responding units, and maintain direct communication with that officer on the phone. Though each of these high-stress incidents, and she embodied with the spirits of the calm voice in the storm, ensuring her voice never wavered despite the chaos. This person has stepped up in more ways. She has handled multiple patched radios during this year, during major incidences, including a homicide call in December of 24. She also took the new leadership role as becoming a communication training officer and the team lead while pursuing her degree. Beyond her skills in dispatch, she brings the positive attitude to every shift, serving the glue that holds the team together. She is welcoming to both new and seasoned employees, always making others feel home, and if you're lucky, you'll get to experience her favorite sausage tortellini soup, which has done more for the team's morale than any number of days could. She is truly one of the finest dispatchers of Taberta, providing time, and again, she can handle these toughest calls when uplifting those around her. I walked in this morning, and I saw her this morning, and she's like, "Hey, how are you?" No matter what, she is always super positive in the 911 Center. And with that, we'd like to recognize Ashley Norris as the 911 Communication Officer of the Year for 2024. And just to let everyone know that these notes that I read today is from everybody in the dispatch center. We had everybody in the dispatch center participate in who they wanted to recognize for Communication Officer of the Year. And Ashley and Marissa were both running up. And those notes that I read today were from the other employees within the center. So it's awesome.
All right, well, we're going to move on to this resolution so that they can all be in here, and then they can get back to work because we need them. So under number 31 of new business, request approval of resolution number 2-13-25/113-47, recognizing emergency dispatchers as first responders. And I'd like to read this resolution. Whereas the emergency dispatchers of Tularosa Basin Regional Dispatch Authority are the first and most critical contact that our citizens have with emergency services, and whereas emergency dispatchers are trained in emergency medical dispatch, qualifying them to offer a variety of potentially life-saving instructions, including CPR, bleeding control, choking, childbirth, and airway maintenance over the telephone until paramedics arrive on the scene. And whereas in 2024, the Tularosa Basin Regional Dispatch Authority provided medical guidance to over 11,000 callers. Emergency dispatchers were recognized for their life-saving efforts by delivering CPR instructions during cardiac and respiratory emergencies, and for successfully guiding mothers through childbirth over the telephone. Can't even imagine how fun that is. Resulting in the delivery of healthy babies. And whereas the safety of our firefighters and emergency medical personnel is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained by emergency dispatchers, the technology and creativity of emergency dispatchers to assist emergency personnel in locating an emergency scene and increase situational awareness, and the monitoring of activities and the radio traffic of emergency personnel to assist with communications during life-threatening and Mayday situations. Whereas emergency dispatchers frequently deploy to the scene of planned events, major emergencies, and other incidents to provide critical assistance with resource management, communications, incident planning, and situational awareness. In 2024, the incident dispatch team responded 97 times to emergency incidents. And whereas the work of an emergency dispatcher comes with an extreme emotional and physical impact that can lead to the development of post-traumatic stress. And whereas over the past several decades, the work performed by emergency dispatchers has transformed from what used to be considered a clerical role to a life-saving and increasingly complex task required today. And ongoing enhancements to public safety communications technology such as next generation 911 and public safety broadband will produce even more dramatic changes to the way these professionals communicate with the public and first responders. And whereas the federal government's standard occupational classification system sorts workers into occupational categories for statistical purposes, and America's emergency dispatchers are currently categorized as office and administrative support occupation, which includes office clerks and taxicab dispatchers. And whereas there's a national effort through the U.S. Congress H.R. 1629 and S. 1015 to reclassify emergency dispatchers as protective service occupations along first responders such as police, security guards, lifeguards, and others whose job it is to protect our communities. And whereas such a reclassification is important not only to more accurately reflect how the job has evolved over the past several decades into its current critical, technical, and life-saving component of the 911 system, but also to support critical research into the nature and impacts of all 911 related jobs, which differ substantially from those encountered by non-public safety occupations. And whereas the Tularosa Basin Regional Dispatch Authority recognizes the critical role that certified communication officers play in the life-saving chain of events within the 911 system, and an acknowledgement of their dedication, professionalism, and impact on public safety, Altaberta certified communication officers will be formally sworn in as first responders in Otero County, solidifying their status as vital members of the emergency response community. And whereas while those national efforts have stalled in Congress, there are continued efforts for local government agencies to individually recognize the importance of their emergency dispatchers and formally consider them to be first responders in the life-saving chain of events of the 911 system. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Otero County, the Board of County Commissioners has the utmost respect and admiration for our emergency dispatchers and recognizes their role as first responders and the enormous impact they have on patient survival, emergency responder safety, and the overall successful outcome of all types of emergency incidents. Our organization appreciates the impacts of the emergency responder professional on the mental, physical health, and of our personnel, including emergency dispatchers, and supports the national effort to correctly classify professions so that the research data and programs to support these professions are correctly aligned. Effective date, this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its approval by the Board of County Commissioners.
Right. I make a motion to absolutely support that resolution.
1,000%, yes.
A second. Oh,
Done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you to everybody in here.
And just to let you guys know, this is a step to get our state to recognize us as first responders. As that bill is up at the legislative right now, and we're waiting for it to get pulled, we're hoping towards the end of the month it will be, and hopefully we will be able to fill that house to show the support for
Do
our.
you know the number of the bill?
I don't, but I can definitely send it to you.
Okay,
They
yeah,
sent that
send it
out.
to me
Yeah,
so we can track it and
absolutely.
do some emailing to our reps and others.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you,
you all.
everybody, for coming.
Everybody.
now the room's going to be empty.
I know,
And
now
there-
we're clearing out the
And there
room.
goes our crowd. We're just
Thank
getting
you.
started. Everybody can stay.
I'm gonna try some of that soup, that made me hungry.
I know.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Services Director. For the month of January, volunteers responded to 241 calls, 16 of them were fires, 3 structure fires, 6 wildland fires. And as it's been brought up earlier, the 6 wildland fires is concerning. Ruidoso just had one Saturday, I believe it was.
Up around Capitan, that one?
Around Capitan, just short of 3,000 acres. And it moved quickly, so it's here whether we're ready for it or not. And then they also responded to 175 EMS calls. The volunteers picked up 8 new members for the month of January.
That's good.
Still falling out from the Christmas holiday season. There were no events that we attended. But we're doing our best to find the events, get out and try and recruit for the volunteers as well. Code enforcement, we addressed 12 solid waste complaints, 7 vehicle issues, 8 open burns. We responded to 15 fire calls and 9 EMS calls out of the office. We completed 6 fire inspections in commercial structures throughout the county. We opened 34 cases. We have 2 dilapidated buildings that are on the agenda for today. Completed 8 follow-ups, closed 16 cases. Mike Court is still an active warrant. Nothing new on Tractor Road. Otero is, the 53 Otero goes to court on the 26th of February. After that, we'll see what happens from there to see if we're going to do any other actions. Hopefully it's resolved on that court case. 15 First Street, there has not been any progress. We did put a dumpster at the Bulls Acres Fire Station in over the course of just short of a month, and they pulled out 9.7 tons of trash from the Bulls Acres community. Unfortunately, none of it was from 15 First Street, which is right around the corner. We're thankful that they were able to, the community was able to use that and to get rid of a lot of trash, but the ones that we've worked with and said they would use it just weren't using it. We're going to be moving that on Monday down to Dog Canyon and sit at the fire station there, and hopefully we can get some of that area cleaned up as well. We're just going to continue moving that dumpster around the county and see what we can do. Hope for the best. Our code enforcement people have been working with Keep Otero Beautiful, attending those meetings, helping out where we can on that. A lot of training for the month. Jacob was up at State Fire Marshal's office attending the Chiefs Academy. A lot of good information that he's starting to share with the volunteers on how things are moving forward with fire departments. I've been working on my Emergency Management Basic Academy, going up to Albuquerque for a lot of classes. I have 5 different classes that I have to complete. Learning more about the EM and getting the word out there to the people. So, with that, I stand for any questions.
I have one for you, Matt. First Street. Okay, we cleaned it up, he's junking it up again. What's your next step?
So we opened the case again and scheduling it to go to court because he's just not compliant, so.
Does he not understand what the procedure is on this? Or was that just a good old boy, happy, here, let me help you clean it up thing?
That's kind of the impression that I'm getting from seeing the results, that he was cool, someone came to clean it up. I'll tell them what they need to know so that they leave me alone, but he'll end up in court.
Do you know anything about the old trailers they're starting to pull there on Highway 82? They're just right off the road when you turn off in North Florida and head up the mountain.
With
There's like
residents.
4 of them. I know I saw lights on in one of them, but it's starting to be a mess. I think I know who owns it, but I'm not gonna say it out loud because I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
And that's fine, I'll have the guys go take a look at that.
On the south side of 82?
Yes,
Or
Yeah.
in that campground?
Yeah,
where the old
Yeah.
water slide used
yeah,
to
where
be.
the old
Oh,
water
yeah.
slide used to be. They're hauling old
On the
trailers
north
in
side.
there.
On the south side of 82, on the east side of Florida.
Yeah, I keep noticing more and more get pulled up. And it's,
I drove by and seen that there was residents in there the other day too.
I'll have the guys go take a look at it.
I also participated in the PIT count a couple weeks ago and got to go inside of Critter Lane. I don't know what to do with that. There's probably 20, 25 camp trailers and makeshift little houses and all of that. And I realized that this is their home, but it's not a good environment. I don't even know how to address that. Some of them were receptive with me being there, and the others were like, go away. But it's not good. I think it just, and the neighbors, I was told that there was other little homeless camps around that area, so I actually spoke with the neighbors around that area, and they say that they're out driving those little dirt trails, and you can see the dirt trails in the desert in the middle of the night, 2 a.m. in the morning, 3 a.m., and just, he said one constituent just moved there, and he said that they have come up on his fence line at 2 o'clock in the morning numerous times, and I think it's not going to end well. I don't know what to do with this community.
They're all over below Alderley State Park too, in the old dump and gravel pit right there, and then to the north side of Dog Canyon Road, there's several camps out in there. Every time they leave a big pile of debris.
And then I had a constituent contact me about the pull-off on the east side of Tularosa, where the water tank is. They said that there was no longer trash cans there, and so trash was just being dumped. I called our district DOT manager, Mr. Ald, and he actually got on it the next day. But that resulted in that being identified as not a legal pull-off, and I think they're going to pull the pavement from that area now. So that'll stop the dumping, maybe. But now that constituent wants to identify the area that is on the south side of Tularosa where they actually put up temporary weigh stations, because there's not a garbage can there either. And so it's not the state's job to provide garbage cans, and it is actually, according to Mr. Ald, it actually has made it less dumping in the area without the trash cans. He says that trash cans encourage the dumping, which then overflow and all that. So I don't know if this is something that we need to move forward to keep Otero beautiful, to where we need to address if we want a trash can or not, or regular trash pickup. I don't know which direction we need to go with that.
I think starting with Keep Otero Beautiful would probably be the spot to start it with,
Okay,
and then move on from there.
okay. Because, I mean, we'll literally have to pay to get it picked up if we're going to maintain this, and I don't know how to manage that.
It's not in Tularosa?
No, it's just outside the village limits.
Okay.
And it is
Just as
on,
you come in to Tule.
yeah, it's on the south side of Thule, and it's where they have the DOT stops.
Just
The
before
checkpoint?
Lookout.
Yep, and that is a legal pull-off. It's just they don't want to put a trash can there, and they don't want to maintain it. The state highway doesn't.
They're gonna tear all that asphalt out?
On the east side of Thule by the water tank, they're going to tear that out.
Oh, above Thule,
Yes.
but not the one where they set the DOT
No,
up.
no, that is a legal
Yeah.
area.
DOT is the one that's gonna tear the asphalt down?
On the one by the water tower in Thule, they're gonna tear that up because that's not a legal pull-off. They said that they used that area to do pavement a long, long, long time ago, and that they just smoothed it out, and it's become a pull-off. And because of the trash issue, now it's gonna be closed off.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at the details of the specific spots and see what we can come up with.
Okay,
Great. Anything else?
that's all I've got.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Porter, Otero County Road Department.
Good morning, and thank you for fixing that on Old Railroad. That pull-off?
Oh, okay, yeah. It's actually not ours, but we fixed it just to.
I was afraid somebody's car was gonna fall in there and get lost.
That's okay.
Okay, so for the month of January, we actually had to go up to Waterfall and replace a couple more culverts. We cleaned the low water crossing culverts over on Appler, did some erosion control in there, and installed gabions over on Dulce, south, over by Bowles Acres. Hauled pit run and other material over to FO17, F001. We did a patching blitz in the Tularosa, La Luz, Alamo West area. We brush trimming and mowing also in those areas, and Hay Canyon. Along with that, we also pulled the brush crews off the mountains until we get some moisture. We're gonna be running saws up there until we get something up there for fire control. Responded to 2 snow plows incidents and got the project prepared for the state for 2026.
Tom, down in Chaparral, a subject you really like, Angelina, on the shoulders, how much work do we do on the shoulders?
And that, we go in there about once a year and pull the material back up on them. Angelina's one of the ones, not for next year, but the year after that, we're probably gonna have to see if we can get a grant for Angelina and State Line both. Those roads are just falling apart. They weren't designed for the traffic they're getting.
Well, Angelina it's about that high above the asphalt, and mesquites are growing up, and places you can pull over, but there's a lot that you couldn't pull over if you had to.
Yeah.
So, I know you're going down there working here in a few weeks, but I didn't know if we could.
Yeah, we'll be starting the chip seal patching down there on Diamondback, actually, will be where we start.
Did we get Bobby's deal taken care of?
I talked to Dale. Dale was standing right there when you called me yesterday. Pamela and I will be going down there Tuesday. I will make sure that they have been taken care of.
Take a lunch and a Coke.
It'll be a long day, early morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually have to go out to the borrow pit that we had down there by Wade Bennett's, that one we had 2 years ago. The paperwork got lost. They don't know where they put the paperwork. So we gotta get that reestablished, and then we're gonna look at GO13. That road needs to be moved.
The guy that was pushing that through, Don, wasn't that his name? For that
Joseph.
borrow pit?
Joseph Navarro. No, this is the other borrow pit down by Wade Bennett's.
Yeah, but that's one where they had to do the Indian study, wherever
Yeah,
the,
that was Joseph Navarro. He retired, and when he retired, the paperwork disappeared.
that's what I was afraid of. Just go use it until they tell you no.
Anything?
No.
You good? Oh,
It's finally dried out enough we can get in there.
I see you working that grate all on ditches, I'm presuming?
On Gardner.
Perfect.
We did have a incident on the 506, where the Army got a little rowdy and got on it, and Tom found out about it pretty quick. I don't remember how you found out about it, but,
My district blade hand was down there and he got chased off by a tank.
okay.
That's when I went down and called you.
I bet I know what day it was, because I was driving to El Paso and I met 13 tanks coming this way on flatbeds.
I called the commanding general's office, and they got on it right away and addressed it, and said it's new units that are coming in there temporarily to do training, and the word is supposed to be passed, and it didn't get passed. They plan on installing some signs, so hopefully they see those. But I tried to get Tom to get me some really good video, and he wasn't willing to put himself on the road and chase tanks.
You wanted me to go nose to nose. I have a video of chasing one.
It's a little lack of dedication there.
We need to get a drone. We could be chasing them.
Tell another
You can
tank
back
driver
up
to do it.
faster than
Right.
they can, so. You can back up faster than they can.
The one I took video of last year or the year before, I was chasing him at 58 miles an hour.
Wow.
You know, maybe you can't.
Yeah.
That would fall under hazard pay, I think,
How
for the
much
road
did the
department.
repairs of that truck cost?
Well, you need to do that next Tuesday while you got the manager down there so she can see.
Absolutely a great idea.
Sylvia likes riding with me. Pamela hasn't gone across the mesa with me yet, so.
Okay, that it?
That's all I
All
got.
right, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Good morning, Commissioners. Trent Parker, Project Manager.
Good morning.
This month, the new road shop building, Eric and his crew completed the painting and is currently working on the electrical trim out, and they'll start working on flooring soon. He told me this morning he's planned on being moved in by the first part of March, so it'll be good to have them settled in. Flickinger Center for Performing Arts, the concession remodel this past month, we had a pretty aggressive schedule to get that completed, and we achieved our goal of getting it completed on time. It's
Great.
It's awesome.
great.
It's
looks
so
pretty
cool.
good.
So
You wanna
good.
see it, I'm sure they've got some shows coming up.
On Valentine's Day.
No, that was a good one. The contractor did a great job. It was well organized and came together in a pretty rapid pace, so we're happy with that one. The detention center wireless access points, we're gonna be getting the PO out to the cabling contractor to get in there and do all the infrastructure cabling for those, along with getting the purchase order out to get the tower work done for the air fiber, so that one's moving along. We're hoping to be well into that in this next coming month. Alamo West Fire and Rescue water storage tank grant that we have, we've got the 2 tanks on order and currently waiting on, I should have that today, the pricing for the foundations so that we can move forward with getting those, that project up and running. The Otero County Prison re-roof, this past month we met with the warden and his staff to get a game plan together for access of getting in there and working on that warranty work for the first phase of the roofing. Along with that, materials have been delivered, and this past Tuesday, the crews got a lot of the material staged on the roof. Fortunately, that day, the wind was pretty high, so we kind of have been put on a little bit of hold till we get some pretty good weather. So we're planning on next week really getting going good on that roofing project. Last but not least, the Otero County District Courthouse. This month, the RFP had went out for this to hire the CMAR for the project. February 10th was the deadline for proposals. We also had held a pre-proposal conference where 6 companies attended. There were possible offers for this project. Once the deadline hit, 4 of the 6 did submit proposals, and those proposals went under review yesterday by the committee. And we're looking to set up, our next steps will be setting up interviews for the top 3 companies. And next March, we plan on having that on the agenda for the recommendation approval. So we're looking to keep moving right along for the new courthouse.
Go ahead.
No, that's it.
Oh.
I'll take your questions.
Are you gonna be here most of the day?
Yes, sir.
Can you come back in on 40 and 41?
Yes, sir.
Anything?
No.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Trent.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nina Sisler, Correctional Services Director. For the month of January 2025, our average daily population was 150. Today's population was 136. We have in-house 126, 103 males, 23 females, 4 at Otero Prison, 4 treatment or furloughs, 1 is out of county hold, and we have 2 juveniles at Lee County. Video courts in-house that we conducted in January, municipal court, we had 53. Magistrate court, 133. District court, 113. Out-of-county courts, we had 8. In-person courts, we had District 8 and Magistrate 9. As far as vacancies, I have 16 full-time vacancies. 10 of those positions are transport. 6 are shift workers. I did have 1 part-time position filled. He started February 3rd, completed orientation. I had 1 part-timer go full-time beginning February 3rd. I have 1 full-time officer presently in orientation right now, and I have another full-time officer starting next week. I have 3 in the background process, and hopefully they'll be on board by the 24th. And there's 3 more possible applications. So we're just doing interviews. So it should build it up where we need to be.
How come you have so many transport positions open?
Because we used to have a full transport team, and we did all transport except for our pickups.
And do you have any transport drivers
I
now?
think 1.
I have 1, and then everybody fills in on overtime. We do the Department of Correction transport, hospital transports, any out-of-facility competencies in Las Cruces or Albuquerque. So any competencies are mostly Albuquerque or Las Cruces. So we do a lot of transports. Right now, the Sheriff's Office does do a lot of ours as well. So, but most of my officers that do it are on overtime. So we do them.
Is that a job nobody likes?
Well, I can't pull from the shifts.
But why is nobody applying for them? That's why I'm,
Oh, they have to be an officer because they get paid more normally. So I would open it to the people in facility first before I advertise. A lot of people want that position. It's 8 to 5. They don't work 8 to 5, but I mean, if they do a trip to Clayton Prison, that's round trip is a long trip. Or if we Santa Rosa or wherever they go up north, it's round trip is a long trip. So, training, we did body scanner training in January. We did non-security training for the contractors that are hiring new nurses and our kitchen staff. Of course, he's been busy with orientation because they're kind of dwindling in 1 at a time. So he's been pretty occupied every week because it takes a week of orientation. Our training officer, in January, we also, when conducting shakedowns, have found 6 homemade weapons that were pretty dangerous looking. So they've been doing a lot of shakedowns and trying to get that stuff out of there. We had 10 males that were transported to Central New Mexico Correctional Facility. We had 1 male transported to Southern New Mexico Correctional Facility in Las Cruces. 3 females that were transported to Women's Correctional Facility in Grants, New Mexico. 1 female transported to Women's Recovery. 1 male, to Darren's Place for recovery, and we did 4 video competencies that are conducted in the facilities that you could take between 4 and 8 hours. I am other business, biosensor wristbands for the high risk health or mental health individuals. I'm working on that right now since the body scanner is in place and think all the staff that need to be trained on it are getting there, and the policy is complete. So we're moving on with the biosensor watches. And
Have you started using the scanner yet?
yes.
Okay, is it
Yeah.
working? I mean,
Yes, we've already found syringes and waste bags, and it's already detecting a lot of contraband. So
Good.
that's a good thing,
good.
positive.
Good deal.
Any questions?
I know at the Association of Counties, a lot of the topic was the reimbursements. And I've asked this before, hopefully with the new treasurer, we'll have a little bit better readable report, but are we receiving the reimbursements like we're supposed to?
The SCAP, we do the sentencing commission, I file them, well, now Rachel is, but we do file them every year.
And then, do we bill out monthly for any reimbursable transports or housing from
Housing
anybody
for
anybody else? And
Tularosa, if they have anybody, Alamogordo Public State locally, and yes, we bill every month.
okay, but we're receiving it.
For those, yes,
Okay.
but not for like probation, parole, stuff like that.
And I think that's what their petitioning is for the state reimbursements.
Yeah.
Yes,
right.
a long time ago, it used to be in effect. It hasn't been since, so.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
No, I'm
All
good.
right, all right,
Thank
thanks,
Thank you.
Linda.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mark Pentecost, Deputy Forest Supervisor on the Lincoln.
Good
We're
morning.
going to give you a few updates this morning. We've already talked about the fire a little bit. Forest Service responded to 3 fires on Saturday. You mentioned one of them. And some fires each day since, including one this morning before the meeting started. So there are several cooperator meetings going on that our people are attending. The fire crew's preparing now for the year. We're onboarding all the permanent seasonals, bringing them on, and, they are receiving a lot of training and maintenance of equipment to get ready for the next fire. So across the whole forest, when they're not responding to fires, they're working on fuel reduction projects, thinnings, and poised to take advantage of any prescribed fire opportunities. So we've rolled everybody out 3 times in the 16 Springs area this spring. And each time the weather stopped us from starting the fire. So it's getting harder and harder at this point in the year to have prescribed fire. So we're a little ahead of the season. In the range area, all the range specialists are finishing up with their annual operating instruction meetings and livestock grazing permittees over the next few weeks. So I think within the next 2 weeks, we'll be finished with all of the AOIs in Otero County. On project level planning, the NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act stuff, there are 2 that are pretty key for us here. One of them is the Cloudcroft Wildline Urban Interface Project. It's mostly a fuel reduction project. And we expect that decision to be signed this summer. The next one, we made a lot of progress on this South Sacramento Restoration Project, which we talked about last time. It's 140,000 acres of vegetation improvement and fuel reduction. The objection period ended for that, and we are working on the final response. And I think that'll be finally signed within the next few weeks, hopefully at least within March. So that'll open up a lot of opportunities for fuel reduction and timber projects.
I got one question for you. I don't know if you're aware of it or not. Has our county equipment drivers and certifications, have they been signed up on, and are we done, Tom? Are we good?
Matt and I are working on it both with the Forest Service. Got the list of names into Scott and Matt for the greens and yellows. Forest Service should have the equipment list already, and we're working on getting because there's a radio programming going on in April, so we're working on getting the radios changed over so everything matches.
So when you get that all done, make sure that she gets a copy of all that to have in the file in case it mysteriously disappears again somehow. We got that. Okay.
Unless you have questions.
Are you
that's it.
gonna be at the AOI meeting for the GOSS's on the 19th?
I will be there on the
Okay,
19th.
all right, I will see you there.
Okay,
And
thank
then,
you.
a few months ago, we had an incident with the dispatch out that's based out of the airport road. And I requested for some training and all that kind of stuff. I didn't know that you weren't here yet when that was happening. I can't remember the kid's name that's the district manager here. The new one. Can't remember his name. He was supposed to be following up with the training
Are you talking about Jason?
Yes.
Okay, Jason Freeman?
Yeah, Freeman, yes. He was supposed to be getting back with me and all that, and I haven't heard, and it's probably been, probably
Okay.
4 or 5 months. Because we need a huge improvement of customer service out there to our businesses and our community. And I would like to follow up with their training.
Okay, that's easy. We'll do that.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Anything else?
That's all I got. You got anything?
I'm good, thank you.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the consent agenda items, and Commissioner Barella wanted to pull number 9 so that she could read that resolution. So I think we'll start with that one, and then we'll just go through the rest of them. That's all right.
Okay. Resolution number 02-13-25/113-41, a resolution of Board of County Commissioners of Otero County, New Mexico, expressing support for local government control and participation as a cooperating agency under the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. Whereas the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, of 1969 42 establishes a national policy to promote the enhancement of the environment and requires federal agencies to assess the environmental effects of their proposed actions prior to making decisions. And whereas the Council of the Environmental Quality Regulations implementing NEPA at 1501.8 specifically recognizes the importance of including local governments as cooperating agencies due to their unique expertise, jurisdiction, and proximity to the proposed projects. And whereas local governments possess specialized knowledge, historical perspective, and practical experience concerning their respective regions that are critical to evaluating potential environmental, social, and economic impacts of federal actions. And whereas inclusion of local governments as cooperating agencies ensure that NEPA analysis are comprehensive, well-informed, and reflective of local priorities, which leads to better project outcomes and enhanced public trust. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Otero County believe the effective governance and the protection of local interests are best achieved when local governments are granted meaningful opportunities to participate in NEPA processes as cooperating agencies. And whereas the active engagement of Otero County and NEPA processes will support the county's ability to safeguard its natural resources, protect public health and safety, and promote economic development. Now therefore, let it be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Otero County, New Mexico, that support for local government participation. The board strongly supports the inclusion of local governments, including Otero County, as cooperating agencies under NEPA pursuant to 40 CFR 1501.8 to provide special expertise and ensure that local concerns and priorities are addressed. Commitment to cooperation. Otero County is committed to cooperating with federal agencies and NEPA processes to contribute its knowledge and expertise in evaluating environmental, social, and economic impacts of proposed federal actions within its jurisdiction. Advocacy for local control. The board urges federal agencies and policymakers to uphold and strengthen local government participation in NEPA analysis, ensuring that local governments have meaningful voice in decisions that affect their communities. Communication of resolution. A copy of this resolution shall be transmitted to the CEQ relevant federal agencies and New Mexico congressional delegation to emphasize the importance of local government involvement in NEPA processes. Impact study request. We additionally request comprehensive impact studies for all proposed projects to ensure thorough evaluation of environmental, economic, and social effects within Otero County. Threatened and endangered species. The analysis must consider the protection of 10 critical habitats and 37 threatened and endangered species that may be impacted by proposed projects. Hydrological studies should include detailed water use for proposed energy projects to ensure sustainability water management and protection of local water resources. Check cultural sites. The evaluation process must include a thorough review of potential impacts on cultural and historical sites, ensuring their preservation and compliance with applicable laws. Landowners' rights. Landowners reserve and retain surface and subsurface rights, and fair compensation must be provided for any takings result from federal actions. The improper use of eminent domain to seize private property without just cause or fair compensation is expressly opposed. Any categorical exclusions proposed under NEPA must be discussed with Otero County Commissioners before enactment to ensure alignment with local priorities and concerns.
Can I make a suggestion? On every single place where it says cooperating, can we change that to coordinating? Because they mean two different things in the big scheme of things.
I would say add it. As part of this is requesting to be, or stating our intent to be a cooperating agency whenever the opportunity arises. So that's why I'd say add coordinating, because I agree with you. They are different. They, well, at least previously it was not like to acknowledge that word. So I think it would be a good idea to incorporate coordinating and cooperative throughout
Okay.
the document.
Okay.
Okay, I would agree with that.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Good.
All right.
Did I send it to you in an editable document?
I have it in a Word document.
Okay.
So I can do that.
All right, so I make a motion to approve resolution number 2-13-25/113-41, expressing support for local government participation as a cooperating and coordinating agency under the National Environmental Policy Act.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good job. Okay, so now we'll move on to the other 9 million consent agenda items. Okay, number 4, request approval of accounts payable bills BL 27, 28, 29, and 30, and 31. Number 5, request approval of December 19th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Number 6, request approval of January 2nd, 2025 special meeting minutes. Number 7, request approval of January 9th, 2025 regular meeting minutes. Number 8, request approval of healthcare assistance claims and disposition claims for February 2025. Number 10, request approval of resolution number 2-13-25/113-42, 2025 annual certified county maintained mileage, which is a lot. Number 11, request approval for resolution number 2-13-25/113-43, 113 Cali del Norte, Chaparral, New Mexico, dilapidated property in accordance with ordinance number 22-02. Number 12, request approval for resolution number 2-13-25/113-44, 1668 Main Street, Alamogordo, New Mexico, dilapidated property in accordance with ordinance number 22-02. Number 13, request approval of resolution number 2-13-25/113-48 budget adjustments, February 2025. Number 14, request approval of resolution number 2-13-25/113-53, a property lease management agreement for High Roll Senior Center. Number 15, request approval to award RFP 25-006 lease management of 301 Texas to children in need of services. Number 16, request approval to award RFP 25-004 lease management of 1118 Indiana Avenue. Number 17, request approval to appoint Pamela Heltner as board member to the Southeastern New Mexico Economics Development District Council of Governments. Number 18, request approval of renewal letter of endorsement appointing Jan Waffle as the New Mexico Film Office statewide liaison. We already did number 19 had a correction in there. Did you guys get the correction from Sheriff Black that it's 200,000, not 25? Request approval of a memorandum of understanding between New Mexico Department of Public Safety and the County of Otero for fiscal year Operation Stone Garden in the amount of $200,000. Number 20, request approval of memorandum of understanding between Hatch Police Department and County of Otero for FY24 Operation Stone Garden in the amount of $7,800. Number 21, request approval of memorandum of understanding between Otero County and the City of Alamogordo for FY24 Operation Stone Garden in the amount of $25,000. Number 22, request approval of the purchase of a vacuum excavator for the road shop in the amount of $97,379.86 using the ditch crew funds. Number 23, request approval to donate a 2001 Ford F-150 to the Tularosa Community Ditch Corporation. Number 24, request approval to submit annual Public Employees Retirement Association reports for volunteer firefighters under the Volunteer Firefighter Act, or Retirement Act. Number 25, request approval to donate 4 ambulances to the County of Cibola from the Otero County Office of Emergency Services. Number 26, request approval to accept a grant for Community Wildfire Protection Plan not to exceed $243,100. And number 27, request approval of an amendment to the State of New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration Local Government Enhanced 911 Act grant program.
She was right.
We get a motion to approve those?
I definitely make a motion to approve that.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, do we have any unscheduled? Nobody signed up? Okay. All right, moving on to new business. Number 29, request approval of resolution number 2-13/113-45 opposing the Antiquities Act. Okay, this is resolution number 2-13-25/113-45, a resolution opposing abuse of the Antiquities Act. Whereas the Otero County Board of County Commissioners met in a regular meeting scheduled on February 13th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in the Otero County Administrative Building located at 1101 New York Avenue, Alamogordo, New Mexico. And whereas pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 4-38-1, 1884, the powers of a county as a body politic and corporate are exercised by its Board of County Commissioners. And whereas NMSA 1978, Section 4-37-1, 1995, provides that counties have the power to provide for the safety, preserve the health, promote the prosperity, and improve the morals, order, and comfort and convenience of any county or its inhabitants. And whereas under the 1906 Act for the Preservation of American Antiquities, presidents can unilaterally designate national monuments by administrative fiat without any input or involvement of the American public, community leaders, or elected officials. And whereas the Antiquities Act was enacted before the creation of federal land management laws and was intended to be used in emergency situations to protect historic artifacts and sites of scientific value from imminent threat, which in all cases should be confined to the smallest area necessary. And whereas since its establishment 118 years ago, the Antiquities Act has been misused for political purposes by presidents with large-scale designations intended to limit specific uses, activities, or access to vast areas of public lands, allowing unfettered government control and hindering the productive use of those lands. And whereas monument designations appear to be nothing more than another attempt at federal land grabs driven by political motivation, outside interest, and whereas creating additional federal lands and by placing public lands into permanent conservation status causes dramatic and irreversible harm to the economies of many states, and whereas many businesses and citizens are involved in or otherwise depend on industries that utilize federal lands and their resources, including the oil and gas industry, livestock grazing, mining and mineral development, recreational industries, hunting, fishing, and other outdoor recreation. And whereas these industries are important components of the national economy and are major contributors to the economic and social well-being of citizens. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Otero County Board of County Commissioners that Otero County opposes the designation of lands whether private lands or government lands, as national monuments, wilderness study areas, wildlife preserves, open space, or other conservation land, thereby restricting public access to such lands and preventing the development and productive use of the resources on or within such lands. And whereas Otero County calls on Congress to repeal the Preservation of American Antiquities Act, or at a minimum, remove the unilateral presidential discretion for designation and require that designation proposals have the approval of affected local governments, and notwithstanding the foregoing Otero County request, that any legislation adopted by Congress will continue to authorize the President by executive order to decommission lands as national monuments if the decommissioning has the approval of affected local governments. Passed, approved, and adopted this, what is the date? 13th. The 13th day of February 2025, the Board of County Commissioners, Otero County, New Mexico. Any questions?
That's a good one, too.
Thank you.
Do you feel like you use all your words for the day?
I do. When I go, I don't want any phone calls after today. I'm not going to talk. I'm going to do sign language.
I make a motion to approve.
So,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Number 30, request approval of resolution number 2-13-25/113-46, disposition of personal property and fixed assets in accordance with state statute through govdeals.com and online auction service. Do you want to be recused for this? Okay.
This is our normal sell
The stuff that's not usable anymore and it's out of commission.
I'll make a motion for approval.
I'll second it. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, number 31, request approval of resolution number 2-13-25-113. We just did this, never mind. We already did that one when Barney was here. Number 32, request approval of resolution number 2-13-25/113-49, presentation and resolution to support the intent of an industrial revenue bond for the proposed Buena Vista 3 project.
Commissioners, you have a presentation today and staff on both sides to discuss this issue with you.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Uh-oh. Good morning.
I'm just getting the presentation pulled up right now. My name is John Trainer. Work with Otero Energy. I'm a developer solely focused in New Mexico. I'm here today to present the proposed Buena Vista 3 project and also request an IRB for this project. Next slide, please. So this is the agenda for today. It's going to be a super brief presentation, starting with the company overview, who we are, diving into the project overview, and give some details about the operating Buena Vista 1 and 2. And then later in the presentation, we'll talk about the industrial revenue bond and our requests. And then next steps, and followed by any questions you have for me. Okay, so a little bit about Otero Energy. We're one of the world's largest wholesale generators of electric power in the United States. And we are the world's largest generator of renewable energy from the wind, sun, and storage facilities. Next slide, please. So those numbers in the middle there are all of our assets throughout New Mexico. We still have a handful of projects in development right now that will get added to that list. On the right column there, you can see the benefits these projects have for New Mexico. These numbers are a little outdated. They're from 2023. However, looking at $1.8 billion of total capital investment, $7.2 million annual payroll, $3.9 million annual land payments, $3.8 million in property taxes. Next slide. This kind of gives you an overview of all of our projects that are operating throughout New Mexico. As you can see there, that red star is where our proposed Buena Vista 3 project will be. It will be co-located with the operating Buena Vista 1 and 2 project. It's about 20 miles northeast of El Paso, Texas. Okay, so going more into the project details, this is the preliminary design of the project. As you can see, the blue outline is the project boundary. It's approximately 1,000 acres. That green rectangle to the left there is the solar array. And then the red line is the transmission line leading to the project substation. From the project substation, we have our Gentie all the way to our point of interconnect, which is the operating Escondido 115 kV switch yard. You could also see on the screen there the solar panels. That's for the operating project Buena Vista 1 and 2. It was constructed as one project, but just for clarity today, we're calling it Buena Vista 1 and 2. And Buena Vista 3 will be a continuation of that Buena Vista series. Buena Vista 3 will utilize the existing New Mexico state land lease that the first two phases have in place right now, carving out approximately 1,000 acres of that land lease. Next slide, please. So a little more details about the project. The proposed project is a 100 megawatt solar and 100 megawatt storage project. We're predicting a total capital investment of approximately $258 million. The proposed milestone dates, we're hopeful that this project can start construction in December of 2025, this year, and come to completion in November of 2026. We're targeting a commercial operation date of December 1st, 2026. It's still in flux right now, but that's what we're hopeful for. And as I stated previously, we're utilizing the existing New Mexico state land lease from the operating Buena Vista 1 and 2 project. So a little bit more background about the operating Buena Vista 1 and 2 projects. For clarity, like I said, we're calling them phase 1 and 2. However, it is considered one project. It's called Buena Vista Energy Center. The Buena Vista Energy Center is a 120 megawatt solar plus 50 megawatt storage project. A little bit of more background of the timeline. The project plan was approved in 2020. However, that plan was amended about a year later to include a third phase to bring on later on. Just last year, November of 2024, we did get site plan approval from the New Mexico State Land Office for Buena Vista 3. Next slide, please. So a little bit more about our company. Not only will Buena Vista 3 help solve New Mexico's energy goals, but a little bit more about us. We're big into giving back to our local communities. We spent tens of thousands of dollars last year working with those local communities, engaging with their stakeholders to reach a common goal, mitigating any impacts to the land, and most importantly, we're committed to doing the right thing, and we do it time and time again. Next slide, please. This is just a small snapshot of the economic benefits for this project. We're looking at a total of 220 construction jobs during the construction phase of this project, which is over $12.1 million in new local earnings during the construction phase of this project. And with more construction jobs, it also benefits the local economy, estimating around $33.7 million in new local output. That's just people dining out, lodging, entertainment, you name it. That's what all that money goes to. So for the existing project, the operating Buena Vista phase 1 and 2, it does have an IRB in place. It was approved for $190 million. Currently, the pilot payment is around $420,000 a year. That money goes to the local counties and the school districts, totaling around $12.6 million over the 30-year IRB period. You can go to the next slide. Sorry about that. So for this proposed expansion, we're looking at an IRB amount of a maximum of $258 million. The term would be 30 years, and we still have to negotiate the pilot payment. And that's kind of the next steps to follow after this pending approval of the proposed project's IRB. Just kind of lays out the timeline. Here we are today, February 13th, and then follow-on actions from bond counsel and what we need to get in place to negotiate the pilot payment, and eventually lead to the bond adoption hearing that we're hoping for. That concludes my presentation for the proposed Buena Vista 3 project. Happy to answer any questions. There's Chris here with me from the bond counsel to help out as well.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Chris Muirhead with the Model Sperling Firm. We actually are bond counsel for the county, just so there's no confusion. John is with the company. I work with RB and Pamela on the county, so I represent you in this process and make sure everything is done consistent with state statutes and other various rules and regulations to make sure it's done right. So just to hit the high points, which you probably already know, this is not a financial obligation of the county. This is an economic development tool to incentivize NextEra to come in and do this project for the benefit, as John went through the various benefits to the county and the citizens of the county. The resolution in front of you today is just to give a preliminary approval that you're in support of moving forward. And this is subject to ongoing negotiations between county staff, NextEra, about the pilot payment, about the term of the bond, and the structure of the bond. It is not an obligation to approve the bond ordinance when it comes back in the next couple of months. That would be the significant point for you all to take a look at it. This is a preliminary approval, which certainly gives comfort to the company moving forward, but it is still subject to the bond ordinance being adopted once all the final terms are negotiated and done. And as the presentation showed, that would be in March, April, or whenever those negotiations are done, with the idea of having everything in place by the end of the year. Again, we work closely with the staff, with Mr. Nichols, to make sure all this is done correctly, and with the company to put this together. This resolution, again, it's important because it's an initial step. It gives the company some guidance. But it is not the seminal moment for you all to take, which is the bond ordinance. And from a legal perspective, and on our role, happy to answer any questions as John indicated about the project. He's here to answer those questions.
I have a question. Who cleans this mess up when they're done, when they're decommissioned? Who cleans the area back up?
It would be a company responsibility.
We do.
Yeah.
Is there a bond in place to that, so
Yes.
we're protected, so that, you know, in 20 years,
Yes, ma'am.
we don't have that just sitting out there looking terrible?
No, we'll have a bond in place.
And Madam Chair, the lease agreement that ties all this together as part of the industrial revenue bond transaction, have the one from 2021. It's an extensive document that lays out everybody's responsibilities, and most everything in here is directed toward what the company's gonna do, what the project's gonna look like, what the cleanup's gonna look like, indemnifying the county for anything that happens, laying out what the payment in lieu of taxes are, and as John indicated, $420,000 is what it has been over this initial project. But this lease agreement will set forth everybody's obligations, and it will be perfectly clear to the commission when you have the bond ordinance in front of you exactly what the deal looks like.
And that would be covered in the lease with the state land office too. As you saw last fall when we were looking at the motocross operation, they're pretty strict about their requirements for remediation at the end of any of these projects.
And this is basically the same as what we've done before.
It is.
Same.
Essentially, the benefit as far as the direct one for us is it would just be a higher amount of PILT that would, part of it would go directly to the county, and the other part that is mandated by statute would go to the schools.
This doesn't affect any grazing down in that area? That's not gonna put anybody off the land for that?
Not that I'm aware of, because it's on state land office, or the New Mexico state lands, and I don't think there's any concurrent grazing on there.
That's correct. We've already got the site plan approved. There's no grazing on the land, all from the existing New Mexico state land lease, so.
So
With
there's
that, I've never seen any cattle out there or
Yeah.
anything.
And there's nobody that is responsible, this is definitely state land, there's no private property, no allotments, nothing that will be affected on this.
Yes, 100% state land.
And the easement, will the easement encroach into any private properties?
Nope, completely on state land as well.
And what is the benefit with going with your company versus somebody else's?
We have a great track record, one of the world's largest renewable energy companies. We do the right thing, always engage in the communities, like I said. We bring the projects to completion every time, so reliable, so.
And so am I
something we can always-
understanding it right that you currently manage the solar field that's in Chaparral right now?
Yes.
That all goes back to El Paso Electric, is that where you're selling it back to?
That's correct.
So, and that was going to be my next question. It says that we're going to benefit from New Mexico energy from this project, but the transmission line goes to Texas.
Yes, so we're still sorting that out right now. We don't have a customer sorted out for the third phase of the project since it's so preliminary. We are in talks with El Paso Electric, but where that electric goes right now, we're still.
And Amy, Chaparral is powered off El Paso Electric too, so New Mexico is getting electricity from it also.
So our benefit to the county would be the pill payments, basically.
Mostly. I did have a question if there'd been any analysis or review of ways that the construction could directly benefit Otero County, either through where the workers doing the construction stay, if they need lodging, if they would be willing to agree to stay in Alamogordo versus El Paso. I know El Paso's closer, but we would like to get as much benefit for Otero County as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. I can't say right now where all the construction workers will stay, but I know they hire locally, so the large majority of them will be, Otero County.
If I may add there, Madam Chair, Mr. Nichols, that would be certainly part of the discussion that we would put in the lease agreement, what that would look like and what the company's obligations and what the county anticipates. I would also reference in this 2021 lease, and it will be in this lease as well, if something happens and the project comes up short in the 1 to 10 year period, there are measures to recoup the property taxes that have been abated. And so the county's protected there so that you're making sure you're getting the benefit of the bargain.
And 12.6 million in 30 years seems kind of low. And what is the competitive number if another company comes in here at the next meeting? What would they offer versus what you're offering?
So our number is, the capital cost for project has been going down, PPA prices have been going down. The pilot payments are only going up for us. So if you look at the last couple of years, the pilot payment that we're thinking of doing is at least 10% higher than what we've done previously and other companies have done as well. So that number is, we're still considering, we're gonna negotiate it, but we have a pretty good number in mind, and it's a good amount comparing from the numbers previously in other companies.
And what is the risk of the bond? What are we doing? If this fails 10 years down the road, what is the risk of our bond in zero?
Zero for us.
If I may
It's
add.
the strange way that.
Yes, yes. So if I may, Madam Chair, Commissioner, so traditionally, local governments, when you issue a bond, it is a financial obligation of the county that you pay back through a revenue stream, whether it's gross receipts tax or property taxes or what have you. In this case, it is a bond, and it's structured that way for state constitutional law issues and other reasons to set up the flow of funds and to make sure that the property is in the county's name for the period of this, but it is very clearly laid out in the lease that there is no financial obligation to the county. If this project should come up and not succeed, there would be obligations in here, as we mentioned, about dismantling it and remediating it, but there is never a financial obligation to the county related to this bond. And so it's important to distinguish between what is an economic development tool, versus what is a financing tool for the county for your capital projects. And so that is definitely laid out, and it is in this inducement resolution in front of you as well, that there's no financial obligation of any county funds.
Mr. Muirhead, for my education, could you explain to me, this is state land, New Mexico state land that this is occurring on, so am I accurate that normally we would not get property taxes from this, and somehow, based on how this works, we're now getting property taxes?
So, yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Nichols, so what looking at it just today without going into greater detail, it's really the gross receipts taxes off of the purchase of all the equipment that's going out there and getting that gross receipts tax exemption. And then the personal property tax on all the equipment as it's depreciated over the life of that equipment, that is subject to property tax at the county level. And so that is what's getting abated. And so currently, yes, I agree with you, state land would not be subject to property tax. So you're currently not getting anything from that land. But you would be getting things from the personal property put on the land for this 30-year period. And as it depreciates over that 30 years, they're getting the company Otero is getting the abatement on that property tax, and you're getting a payment in lieu of taxes. So currently you're looking at zero, and then the payment in lieu of taxes is at this point all benefit. And so you're correct. The real property of the earth, that's not subject to taxation.
That makes sense.
Well, I guess it all just depends on the lease, but I would like to see some competitive, agreements here. What else does anybody else offer? I know that other county commissions have agreed to something like this and kind of got shortchanged. And I want to make sure that our county's not getting shortchanged in any way.
I will say that, we already have one of these in place with this company, and the payments came online 2 years ago, and so we've received 2 years. Each year they've paid their obligated PILT money. Back in 2013, 2014, the county was engaged with this other solar company, and that did not go well for we didn't lose anything, but we signed all these agreements and went through all this paperwork, and the company failed. They were like out of Spain, and they don't exist anymore. We never got any money for the leases that were signed, but NextEra has paid and appear to be not only being successful but expanding. So that does give us some vote of confidence.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and certainly for the next several months as this is developing, that is all due diligence that you can be directly involved and informed about what's happening, so that when the bond ordinance comes to you, you should hopefully have all of your questions addressed. And so this is the very front end of the business deal. And so as it develops, we'll get to that point. And my role is to represent the county, make sure it's done accurately, as is Mr. Nichols, Ms. Helmer. And so you can be a part of that, obviously, as the elected official, to make sure you're comfortable by that time.
Okay. Almost scary, but not. Just because of all the rest of the issues.
I know.
Statewide and here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, any more questions? Or, no? Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to request on the approval. Now I'm lost on which one it was.
32.
Yeah, there we go. On the resolution 02-13-25/113-49, presentation and resolution support of the intended industrial revenue bond for the proposed Bonita Vista 3 project.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number 33, request approval of resolution number 2-13-25/113-50, Colonias Infrastructure Funding, Round Mountain Road and Nogale Canyon Road. Request is for $250,000 with a loan of $25,000.
I only had one question on this, and I believe we got, because this one and the next item are basically the same, but one of them, in the wording of it, one of them is a $250,000 with a loan of $25,000. The other one is a $250,000 with a match of $25,000. So why is the wording different? And does it need to be changed?
Both loans?
They're both loans.
It was just worded wrong.
Yeah.
I can tell you, though, that it's both a loan and a match, so it's actually 50,000, which was something that I was confused about originally when we had our previous Colonias fundings for Alamo Street and Suzanne. I assumed that the loan portion was considered our match because it's a loan, we're paying it back. But that is not the case. There is a loan portion and there's also a match in the same amount. So it's not just 25,000, it's 50,000.
Did that just change, or is that?
No, that's the way it has been. I spoke with, I think it was Maureen Ayers, who's was our project manager for some of these other grants, and she was surprised by that as well, because she felt that, or she seemed to remember that in the past years, that the loan portion was considered the match, because they loan you the money and you're paying it back to them, so.
That shouldn't be. On the Colonias page for the application, it says, funds are delivered as a 90% grant with provisions for, loan waivers. The, loans are structured up to terms of 20 years at 0% interest, so, we should only be responsible for it. The grant should cover 90%, and we should be responsible for what would be it's not exactly a match, but we have 10% responsibility of the cost, but we are able to get a loan for that amount. That's how it should be working.
So we'd actually be paying zero.
25.
No, we still have to pay the loan back.
Yeah.
It's just, we get to borrow the money, so it's not coming directly from our fund, and we can pay it back at a 0% interest rate over 20 years.
Oh, wow.
And it's 25, not 50 then, based on what you're saying?
Mm-mm.
So it's still a match plus a loan?
We should be responsible for 10%, which would be,
25,000.
it's not, it shouldn't even be, shouldn't do math in public.
I agree with that.
10% of 250,000 would be 25,000.
Right.
We are responsible for $25,000. So they would pay 225,000. We paid 25,000. That 25,000 that we're responsible for, we're able to get a loan from NMFA and pay that 25,000 back at 0% interest over 20 years. Is how it should be working. So if Wilson is saying that, so they may be mistaken.
When we submit for reimbursement, we have to show a proportionate match amount. So I do have to budget for the match separate. So we're essentially expending, that $25,000 as a match. We have to show that we've expended that money. And then there is also, I have to go back and look at the previous one, but yes, there is the loan portion of it that they do loan us the money, but I want to say that we have to actually expend that, and then we can get, it is drawn down. So yeah, that portion is essentially it's drawn down and then we have to pay it back. So I guess that makes sense. It's just that it is budgeted as like 50,000 because of the way that they require the documentation. And they will give us the loan portion, we have to expend the money, and then they give us the money, and then, we expend it, and they give us the money back. And it's very strange.
It's
These
the
Colonias
government.
grants are complicated.
Well, you
But-
got me really confused now.
Essentially, it is budgeted as 50,000, because I have to budget a match, but I also have to budget to pay back the loan. It has to be like a separate item, that's a debt service that we have to pay back. We do receive a drawdown of that funding, so I guess essentially that part of it is a wash. But initially, it is budgeted as 50,000.
But we actually it only actually cost the county 25,000 that we can
Yes.
pay back over 20 years.
That we
But
get
zero
reimbursed
interest.
for.
It does
Huh.
affect,
That
I
we
mean,
get
we do have to
reimbursed for.
budget
Right.
for that. And so the 50,000 would be budgeted from the 0.25% hold harmless gross receipts tax. And it does, like I said, the loan portion does wash out, but we initially have to budget for it. So
So in
It
a
basically,
perfect
it just-
world, how much are we
basically
paying?
encumbers, not encumbers, but
That's all I need to know.
essentially, the additional loan portion is, I guess you could say, sort of encumbered. We have to budget for it. We have to hold that money out of that fund's budget. So yes, it does become a wash, but initially, it's a larger budget amount.
So in the long run, it cost us zero?
It
Cost
still
us
costs
for that
25,000.
first, yeah.
25.
That's all I
Eventually,
need to
it
know.
washes out, so really, our obligation is the $25,000.
Okay, I can live with that.
But
Okay.
it is, yeah, it creates.
Okay, I like
that's why
that.
that's
I
why
like that better than
I don't
50.
particularly like these types of fundings, just because they're complicated and it requires us to budget upfront some extra money.
If I could get a $25,000 loan and pay it back on 20 years with no interest,
No
I'd be a
kidding.
happy girl.
I
So,
wanna
Yeah,
apply.
but that's,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous, and, they want you to pay back like $150, a year or something, so we just budget for it, and as soon as the project is finished, they will not bill us for any of the debt service until the project is actually finished.
Okay.
And once they bill us for that first year's debt service amount, I usually just pay the whole thing, because we've got it budgeted, and then we're done with it. I'm not
Yeah, I'd
gonna
rather be
let
done
it sit
than-
there for 25 years.
But interest-free, we could
Interest-free,
really put
yeah.
that money somewhere.
That's true, I mean, we could hold on to it for 25 years, if you really wanted to, we could do it that way.
that'd be a bookkeeping nightmare.
So you're gonna get the wording to where they read the same?
It
Or
should
the-
be, they should both say match.
With
Yeah.
a match, not
Okay.
a
I don't
loan.
know if that captures it either. So we're requesting $250,000, 10% of which is a loan in the amount of $25,000 that the county is obligated to pay back over a 20-year period at 0% interest.
That's better.
That's a big motion.
So,
Don't ask me to repeat that.
so it's a loan on both of them, not a match.
Okay.
So
Right.
the next one says the match, so.
I know,
Well,
that's,
the loan is our match. It's in the form of a loan.
Well, let's get all the wording
Yeah.
one way so we don't,
Just state with the second one that it's also a loan.
okay.
Unless-
I'm writing it down.
Yeah.
I can bring it to you in a second.
Okay. All right, so we need a motion for number 33 because it's correct with it says with a loan. Right? So I make a motion for the approval of resolution number 2-13-25/113-50 Colonias Infrastructure Funding Round Mountain Road and Nogale Canyon Road. Request is for $250,000 with a loan of $25,000.
I'll second.
Are you going to change it?
That works.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so the same thing on number 34, request approval of resolution number 2-13-25/113-51, Colonias Infrastructure Funding Section Road. The requested cost is $250,000 with a loan of $25,000.
I second that.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Quickly about these, this will just be for the engineering studies and portions of these two projects. The one in Bent will be adding on to what is, we were awarded last year. They're currently doing those studies. We'll incorporate this one if we get it. and then do all of those projects out in Bend. We'll apply for funding, because we'll know how much it costs based on these engineering studies, and then same with section road, but this will give us a cost of what to ask for.
So what happens if the property owners are unable to pay for the culverts needing to be installed in conjunction with these projects?
I believe those culverts are in a separate part of Bend from this project. But
Oh, okay.
Tom can.
Yeah, this is a different road area that we're looking at, the ones you're speaking of, in the project that the residents up there wanted us to do. And originally, the residents on the south side of the road had agreed they put their driveway culverts in, and now they're dragging their feet. So.
Okay.
Eventually, if we end up getting funding for some of these projects, that may be one we go in, look for a grant to redo that entire road, which, if that's the case, that would include those, but that would be years down the road.
Ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay. All right, number 35, request approval of resolution number 2-13-25/113-52, annual fees for animal control.
Hey, Commissioners, this is just per the old animal ordinance and the new one, something that we are supposed to do annually. And we did it more than a year ago, the first time, when we hadn't done it in a while. But after we do this, we'll have it on a schedule for every January. But no changes were suggested to the fee structure. So this is just approving what is already currently in existence.
The microchipping company that went out of business, is that one that we use here?
I don't believe so. I believe we use PetLink.
Okay.
Yeah, I was worried about that myself with my own critters.
Okay. Anything else? Anything?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2-13-25/113-52.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, number 36, request approval of an employment contract between the Board of County Commissioners and Pamela Heltner, County Manager.
We need to move that
Commissioners,
to executive session.
I was thinking, why is this on
We
here?
will vote on this after executive session.
Okay,
Yes,
I was gonna
yes.
say, I don't think this should be on here right now. Okay, number 37, request approval to submit an application to the Department of Public Safety for the Safe Haven Baby Box Program.
I have questions.
Commissioners, DFA reached out to me and said that they had funding for every county up to $10,000 to install the Safe Haven box. I reached out to them. First of all, I wanted to know if we already had one. I was pretty sure the hospital did. I called just to confirm they have it outside their emergency room. What's required of this is to be installed in a location that has 24/7 access, so that eliminates all of our fire stations. The county itself does not have any locations that are open 24/7, except maybe dispatch. The other option would be I could reach out to the city and see if they would be willing for us to maybe have one at one of their fire stations. That's pretty much our only option at this moment with those requirements. And it would be a reimbursable, we would hire the contractor to have it installed, and then they would reimburse us.
Can we have it installed at the detention center?
There would have to be somebody in administration that can walk out there several times a day to check on it, and they are closed on the weekends. That would require a corrections officer coming off the floor and going out and monitoring.
I mean, I think this is a great idea, but I think it belongs at the hospital. I mean, they've got care there, they're there 24/7, and
I
you
did
know.
discuss it with Jim Heckert about whether we needed another one in the community because it's not used often. I mean, thankfully.
Thankfully. I completely support it. I mean, but we already have one.
Right.
So if I seen where a baby was dumped in the south side of town or something, I say, okay, they don't want to go to the hospital. I could see where we could put another one in, but I don't want to be against it, but I don't see the reason for it.
Right. And it was an opportunity, and of course, being a grant, it requires your approval, and I think it does require discussion on whether the board wants to take that effort and place a second one.
And I mean, and putting it at a police station, I think, kind of is the reason why it's there. It's supposed to be a safe for the person giving the baby away. I don't know. Has the one at the hospital ever been utilized?
Jim didn't mention that. He just didn't see the necessity of a second one either.
Okay, so, any more questions? Or-
No.
No? Okay, so, trying to think how to word this.
Backwards?
Yeah. I make a motion to not submit an application to the Department of Public Safety.
You need to read it how it said, and then we'll vote nay.
Okay.
They should say it as worded.
Okay. All right, request approval to submit, I make a motion to request approval to submit an application to the Department of Public Safety for the Safe Haven Baby Box Program.
I'll second.
All in favor? All opposed, say nay.
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 Okay. All right, number 38, request approval of an amendment to FY25 Community Services Grant to Main Street, Alamogordo.
So Commissioners, at our December meeting, Main Street had approached about a new idea, and then you threw a new idea at them addressing the construction that is going on. And so they went back to the drawing board and have a new proposal to present to you.
Okay.
Is it still morning? Yes, good morning, Commissioners and staff. All right, so I want to introduce real quickly, my name is Nolan Ojeda, I'm with Alamogordo Main Street, you guys have seen me up here before. This is David Scott, he is our newest hire for Alamogordo Main Street, so he is our executive coordinator. So he's been working with me and RB on getting this whole thing figured out. We do have slides, let's see if we can get them up, because I'm going to be throwing a lot of numbers at you, and so I think if we can have some visual aid, that will help us a little bit. While they pull that up, just to jog your guys' memories, we had come to you guys requesting to pivot on the small business accelerator idea slightly to more, maybe purchasing a food trailer so we could do small business accelerators for restaurant style business models. But you guys brought back to us the idea that the money could be better used right now during construction to help the businesses that are being affected by the 12 months of the street being closed and torn up. So currently, right there on our list, we have 31 businesses that are being affected directly by construction, directly by the street closure. If you list there, you know, everybody knows Victoria, everybody knows, let's see, Roadrunner, Glowbug. There's a couple new ones coming in here. You see Rocket, we're excited about that. Infinity Suites Cafe was part of our accelerated program. If we go to the next slide, please. All right. So what we're proposing, you know, we went back and forth a lot with RB on ensuring that we don't violate the anti-donation clause. That was the biggest thing we had to really keep in the back of our minds as we came up with a grant program to assist the businesses. So what we came up with was we would partner with New Mexico Main Street, right? We have access to, I believe it's a dozen consultants that we can use for free, from marketing, small business development, branding packages, promotion. I mean, you name it, we've got someone to help. Property development, we've got everything. We have access to them for free. So what we thought was, let's put together a list of classes that these businesses can take right now that not only will help them during construction, specifically, most people are interested in marketing right now. Let's put together, but also that would help them once construction's over. Branding packages, right? Merchandising lessons, whatever it is. Right now, our businesses are reporting, are specifically, and I want to make this specific, our retail businesses. So not our services, so this doesn't count Sherwin-Williams, Showcase Carpet, Livingston, Hearing, Vitito, Vision Center, but our retail businesses like Victoria, Glowbug, they're seeing around 65% drop in revenue compared to the same time last year. And that includes November and December, which is their largest earning months for the year. Our service industries are taking far less of a hit, but they are taking a hit. Far less being that they're kind of required. So for instance, an example is Vatitos has reported to me it's difficult. They're seeing people cancel last minute, but they are still booking in 2026 right now for patients. So the hit is harder to quantify, I think, with our service businesses because it's last minute cancellations, not so much projected out, losses of industry. So what we would do is we would have each class would equate to a certain amount of money that the business could apply for. So we broke it down here on the next slide. Here in a moment I'll show you, but the way it would work is we broke it down so that we would offer 4 classes. Each class would be worth a certain amount of money. If they complete the class, they can apply for a grant for that amount of money, so that at the end it would total a certain opportunity for them. They would have to, now there are things we have to specifically because we are giving monetary value to these businesses, we have to track impact, that there was something generated from this grant funding, which is why we offer a service, which is a class. But on the back end, we're also going to be tracking that impact. So participants, if they want to apply for funding after taking the class, they are required to report to us their revenue for the year prior to construction starting. They'll report to us revenue during the construction process, self-report, okay? And then they'll self-report to us a year after, so we can compare, what were they making before construction? We have a good idea of the total impact on their business from construction. And then we have an idea of how well they're doing health-wise after receiving these classes and surviving construction. All right, we'll go to the next one. Next slide. All right, this is where it's gonna get a little confusing. So, what we're presenting to you guys here for discussion, for you guys to decide on is, we have 31 businesses that are currently affected by construction. But I can tell you from 3 years of experience, and my president can tell you from 10 years of experience, the chances of 31 businesses participating in these classes is very, very, very small. Our experience has been usually we get about half of them, about 15 folks participate in any program we run as Alamogordo Main Street. But for the sake of argument and just to capture it, we're gonna run down first in the blue, we're gonna run you down if every single business that's being affected participated, so all 31. So we were currently approved for a $40,000 grant. So if we were to run 4 classes under the $40,000, the class value would be $325 a class, 4 classes up to 31 people. That would come to about $40,300. So I don't know, am I allowed to walk up there and point, or do I have to stay on this mic?
Take it with you.
Take it?
With you.
All right. Okay, so, and David, chime in when I say something wrong. But, so this is assuming that everyone took that class, that one class at 31 businesses. Now, let's say only 16 took the class. So now we're offering a max that class would be worth. If, let's say, less people participated, so we don't have to split that one class up amongst 31 people, we only have to split it up against, let's say, 16. But we're drawing a line in the sand. Even if only 10 people show up to the class, the max that one class is worth to them to apply for is $630, right? So that's our max. That's our min, that's our max that a class would be worth under this proposal. So potential for 4 classes, that gives them, if they did all 4, they could either do this, or if we come in way under and we follow the max, they have the potential up to 25. So either 1,300 to 2,520. And that keeps us at the 40,000 mark that we currently are approved for. Now let's say we bumped up the grant request to 60,000. Once again, this is all for still 31 businesses. If every single business participated in every single class, that would put them each class at 484. Or if we had less, we could max out a class price somewhere at 930. That's a total benefit if everyone participated from anywhere from about $2,000 to $3,700 if they participated in all 4 classes, and it brings us to a total grant request of 60,000. Okay, so now let's say we go big money, we ask you guys for $80,000. We could put a minimum class amount for $645 to a maximum of $1,240. If every single class participates, that gives them the opportunity for about $2,500 up to for about $5,000. Now, that's if we plan for every single business to participate. The likelihood that that will happen, I can just tell you, is very, very small. So now let's move over here to this side. So we're kind of running the same thing with the idea that we would limit the seats for the classes to 20 seats. We have 20 seats, first come, first serve. Like I said, on average, people who participate in our program is anywhere, I would say, from 10 to 15 of the businesses participate. Now, there might be several people from those businesses, but about 10 to 15. So we say we max out. First come, first serve, we got 20 seats. Let's say, so we have the same range. If all 20 people show up, each class right here at the $40,000 mark is worth $500 for a total opportunity of $2,000. Now let's say less than 20 people show up for that particular class. Well, we can go up to maybe this class is now worth $1,000. And if each class ended up worth $1,000 because only 10 people showed up, they have up to $4,000 they could make off of the classes. Same with $60,000. Each class could range anywhere from $750 if all 20 participate, up to $1,500 if 10 or less participate. For a total value, if they went to all 4 classes, of $3,000 up to $6,000, depending on how these fall in participation, right? If there's 20 people that participate or 10 people. If we go all the way up to $80,000, that means each class is worth $1,000 at a minimum, up to $2,000 at a maximum, which results in 20 businesses having the opportunity to get anywhere from $4,000 after 4 classes up to maybe 10 businesses having the opportunity for $8,000, depending on how it all kind of funnels out in the end. I know that was a lot of numbers. Do we have any questions?
So basically, we're doing this because the whole point of this is try to help downtown survive, because they're hurting. I was at Money Cakes the other day, and it's hard.
It is, that is the intent. I think probably the money could legally go without any requirements, with just the realization that due to government action, even though it will be beneficial, this government action of redoing infrastructure is financially devastating these businesses while it goes on. And it is arguable that the government has a responsibility to provide compensation or take action to mitigate that harm. That being said, I have hesitation with giving money with no strings attached and not requiring some effort and growth and development in order to get that money. And that is what this achieves is you take a class, and from taking that class, hopefully you take away new tools and techniques that you can use to improve your business, that'll help you be resilient during the impacted time frame, but also thrive after it is done and things return to normal. And that's why it's important that we require this data for the year prior, the year during, and the year after. We want to show, part of the data will be, 31 businesses were impacted. We helped 31 businesses, and 0 of them went out of business during this period and continued to operate, or numbers like that. And then we can also show an impact in, there was likely this percentage of loss with GRT during the construction period. And then afterwards, not only did GRT return to pre-construction levels, likely due to the tools and techniques learned from these classes, GRT increased by this percentage, thereby benefiting the community and the local public bodies.
Okay.
So Friday, I went down there on downtown, and we went into Victoria's. They're closed as of, I think they told me Saturday they're closing, they're done until
September.
Till September.
Until the construction's done. Went in Trisha Roberts' place. She's relocating until construction's done. I went into the little coffee shop. one other person in there, and they said it was pretty slow. So I don't know how much longer they're gonna be able to survive. So that was one of the big incentives when I mentioned last time to try to benefit them and help their pocketbook. So what kind of classes are this gonna teach them? And will even the ones that leave, are they going to participate?
So we have a list of 5 classes we put together. RB, do you have that? Can you pull it up? I didn't print it and bring it with me.
Did you send it to me?
I thought we did. Did we send that to RB or did we just send it to Sean? Anyways, pull it up on my phone and then throw my phone at me. So we have a list of 5 classes that we put together, kind of based off of our accelerator, the last program we ran. We had made a list with the small business development specialist for that. And so we took some of those ideas and actually implemented. So we're actually going to present to them a list of 5 options. And from there, okay. So we've got marketing and customer, and they're going to select the 4. We're going to let them select the 4. We have a meeting every Tuesday with our business owners. And so we're going to meet with them this upcoming Tuesday for the vote. So marketing and customer engagement, this includes strategies for construction, for businesses affected during construction and after. So this is everything from Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, creating engaging video content. So this teaches them how to make reels, how to do live videos, how to tag these things. Email and text marketing 101. So this helps teach them how to get a newsletter going that brings their customers back over and over and over again. How to turn construction into a marketing opportunity, creative ways to make the best out of the situation, including themed promotion, construction updates, and engagement campaigns. And then how to manage Google and Yelp reviews to boost your online presence. Sales and customer service, minimizing in-store and online sales during maximizing in-store and online sales during construction. Customer service excellence during disruption. How do you talk about construction so your customers don't feel like it's as big of a deal as it is, because that really matters. Creative ways to attract foot traffic, gift cards and loyalty programs. Financial and business operations, financial planning for business disruptions, grants and funding opportunities for small businesses, negotiating with vendors and suppliers, leveraging partnerships and collaboration. Technology and e-commerce, how to set up an online store quickly using QR codes to drive sales, improving your website for better online visibility, and intro into AI for small business. And then community engagement and local support, working with the media to share your story, collaborating with other businesses for mutual benefit, and how to get more involved with us as Alamogordo Main Street.
So let me ask another question. Who's responsible for the coordination of what's going on down there?
Were you talking about the classes or the construction project?
Construction.
So that would be the city project manager.
Because the complaint I got from Victoria's was in their alley, which is, I guess there's the piping, something they hit, and it's a train wreck back there, and they were told they were fixing to start pulling up the front sidewalks. So you're totally eliminating people from getting into these stores.
Yeah, so right now, I just spoke with, we have a lot of contractors on the street right now. The guys in the alleys are from Albuquerque. The guys in the middle of the street doing the water line are General Hydronics Utilities. And then the guys doing the sidewalks is Crosstown Construction out of Las Cruces. Right now, they're set to start paving the alley, specifically behind Victoria's, this week. And they're grading it all now for paving to come, hopefully, and asphalt start coming in next week. And then the whole plan right now, so, you can see on our sidewalks where it's kind of like a step, looks like a front of a castle pattern with our sidewalks, right? Because they dug out the concrete around the water meters. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna come in and they're gonna rip out that front part of the sidewalk prior to the alleys being paved. So we'll still have a walkway right there, just won't be as wide. You know how that looks like kind of a I don't have a pencil, but like this. And here's the dig out for where the meter is, and then the sidewalk's good, and then there's a dig. But the sidewalk continues to travel. Our whole sidewalk is about this wide. What they're gonna do is they're just gonna make it all level there, but we'll still have that sidewalk that's closest to the building. So there will still be access to the buildings. The whole sidewalk will not come out until that alley behind it is paved.
And then they'll enter the business through the back.
And then they'll enter the business through the back. And I will give Crosstown and our city project manager a lot of credit because they are working to coordinate, making sure there is only foot traffic allowed in the alleys until the sidewalks are complete. And they're even building temporary ramps up to the back doors if necessary, so that people like Vitito, who have customers who need either walker or wheelchair access, will have that access from the rear.
It's a little disappointing.
It's a lot. It's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
So we gave a $40,000 community grant last budget season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so this proposal is to change how that's distributed.
Correct.
Okay, and so, but it's different amounts up here. So if we approve something, then are we approving to extend that budget amount that we approved during the last budget?
And I don't think we can do that.
That's the, because I mean, you would just do a budget adjustment, you would be deciding to do that. And that, I did suggest that they provide that because, you know, the idea, the intent is to mitigate what they're going through, and when you split 40,000 by 31, it's like $1,000, and when you're months in the hole, $1,000 is nice, but what does it really do if you need 20,000? And we still can. I mean, you know, even with these, if you doubled it, that's still, in the grand scheme of things, not a ton, but it's something.
And have you spoke with them? I mean, you said you're going to speak with them on Tuesday, but what is your thoughts of actual buying? And I see you put 20. Do you think you'll actually have 20?
Yeah, I know specifically these topics that we listed. Actually, before we were even figuring this out, they had brought up, because we bring in these kind of trainers every once in a while for our businesses. Several of the businesses were like, hey, you know all those social media people you brought to us, and they literally said these words, we didn't really pay that much attention. Can you bring them back, because I think we need them now. And so I think we'll have huge, and then especially with AI and how much that can increase someone's ability to do a lot of this work when they still only have one employee, they're very interested. So we've actually, before even coming up with this, we'd already been having conversations with probably about 25 people, which I would say represented about 17 businesses down there, that they want us to bring back some of these trainings anyways. So now this is just, hey, we listened, we're bringing back the trainings, but now there's also a grant opportunity available for you. I think we'll have a decent participation. I don't think we'll have all 31. That's not what I'm saying. But I think we'll have close to that 15 average mark, yes.
And this is per business, not per person. So
Correct.
if one business sent 3 people, they're not going to get 3 times the benefit.
Yes, correct.
And I know that these businesses will be the ones that are eligible for the grants, but are you going to open it up for those that just want the informational?
To just people who want to attend.
Just attend your classes?
Yeah.
Did you
Wait,
must
come
have-
on, you're about to hop out of your seat, pal. Come on, talk.
We had discussed it.
Yeah.
And if we have the availability of, we're already facilitating it, and the professionals will be down here to teach the classes. So as long as we have the seats available and these members take priority, then yes, we would love for this to just help the economic impact of the town in general.
Yeah, and the idea was too, also, if this seems like this is something that's really beneficial, specifically based on the data, maybe actually branching our accelerator program, because, you know, we plan to keep trying to do that small business accelerator, build up our businesses, but maybe branching and having a 2-lane highway for that program. One is, hey, you're coming through, you're building up this new program, your brand new business, all this stuff. But then there's also a program that existing businesses could go through that's more about equipping once you've already been in business for a few years. So we'll see. We're going to kind of play with it on how it goes and where we want to do it going forward.
Have we been in contact with the Small Business Administration to see what they have to offer with us?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. You're talking about Trish with SBDC? Yes. Oh, yeah. She's our partner in all our curriculum. Yeah.
Nola, is there anything that prevents you from charging a fee for the classes being provided by New Mexico Main Street?
In terms of for us making money as Alamogordo Main Street? No, there's nothing.
Okay, so, I was thinking, like, I would be willing to pay for, something for some of these classes. And if, businesses that aren't in eligibility for the grant, if you had extra seats, you could charge a fee to take the class, and that money could be applied to the amount that you're able to distribute for the grants and be some extra.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, you'd have community buy-in too, to help these
Yeah, not only do you get the class, you get to help your fellow
Yeah, that's a good
businesses
idea.
in the community.
It's a good marketing campaign.
We just moved your class to the Civic Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, I was like, but the first tickets might have to pay for the rental of the bigger room for
Yeah,
this
yeah.
place. Any other questions for us?
No, but I guess, so do we decide if we're going to make our grant
Bigger?
larger?
Can we do that right now, or do we have to wait until the next budget period?
I believe you can. I just want to I want to make sure that at least Julianne and I are clear that if we expand to 60 or 80, that it's for the current contract that ends June, and they still have the ability to come and apply during this next cycle we're beginning. Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
The only thing I would say is that we do have to do it in a timely manner, as we would have to have the grants issued by the end of June, and the applicant's applications done, and all that. Our current schedule that we've come up with shows that we would be completing classes by the end of May, giving us the month of June to do grant applications and issue those grants.
Okay.
Commissioners, I would recommend if you make the motion, you include the amount that you're going to set it for.
Okay.
But if we make a motion, say we increase it, when you come for budget time, is that necessarily gonna give them that amount to go again for?
Well, you would decide this next budget cycle if you want to do the same amount. They may ask for more, they may ask for less. That will be a new conversation during this next budget cycle. That community service, they'll present that then,
By
that
then we
day.
should know how well it worked
Right.
and all that too, so.
All kinds of data for the next meeting.
I'm like, when do we usually go before you guys for that again? March, right?
It's
April? Yeah, I was like, I thought it opened in March. We'll see how much data we have.
Yeah.
Well, I'll bring you as much as we have.
Well, we'll only be about halfway through the data at that point, so.
Yeah.
So Julianne, if we bumped it to 60, do we have the funds to cover that?
Yes, I mean, it is funded by the general fund, but we would be able to cover that, yes.
So right now it was
It's
40 even?
It's
I can't
currently
remember.
40.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know that $900 isn't gonna make an impact, but I'd wanna make a statement that we support our businesses.
Well, but the potential of that is bigger,
Yeah, yeah.
And I know they need it. I mean, I was down there the other day at Moni Cakes picking up cookies for the Otero County Days, and it's sad. I mean, it was like a ghost town. There was nobody there.
I had to get a trophy, made, and it's
Yeah,
heartbreaking.
yeah,
I'm okay with the 60.
okay. Are you? Okay, all right, well, let's bump that up to 60. And,
I also sent you a grant. Did you get that a week or two ago?
That was from the creative industries, correct? Yes, I did.
Because I'm pretty sure you have some event that qualifies in there, right? Okay.
Just not between, we had to have the event. The timeline, unfortunately, we'd still be in construction.
Oh,
So we couldn't, our streets closed, and so.
Can you get us a copy of that? Do you have it on your?
No, but I can get it.
I have it, I can,
And just for clarification, do we need to understand right now, RB, if we're going with the blue pill or the red pill?
always the red pill.
yeah, that's right.
Or are you guys comfortable just kind of leaving it up to us to figure out the way we want to disseminate the funds? Okay, because we
Yeah.
got to start building the program
Yeah, it's
right
gonna
now.
depend on how many people you have participate, and that's gonna be on you guys.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion, and I'm gonna add the 60K in there, is that, okay. All right, I make a motion for the approval of an amendment to FY25 Community Services Grant to Main Street Alamogordo and increase the amount to $60,000.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, take care of our people down
Thank you,
there.
commissioners.
You're a great
Thank you,
asset.
staff.
What was your name again? I'm sorry? You're a great asset. Great. This is the first
What's
time
your
I've
name?
met you. What is your name again? David. Good. Good to have you on the team.
Ball's in the city's court to match.
There you go.
Agree.
Shots fired.
Agree.
Okay, number 39, request approval for a new part-time deputy treasurer position at the rate of $22 per hour.
Hello, Commissioners.
Hello.
Hi.
This is your first meeting, I think.
I know, yeah. It's a shame I'm here having to ask for something, but unfortunately, that's the way the world works, so we're just rolling with it. I do want to start by clarifying something. There was a miscommunication. We are actually asking for a full-time deputy treasurer position, not a part-time. And we are asking for it to be put into effect this fiscal year so that we could start hiring someone before the surge in April. And we used to have a part-time treasurer, deputy treasurer in 2019, but my predecessor could not keep them on board because they either weren't interested in the short hours or the no benefits, or they would join and then immediately find a full-time position and leave after investing in training and resources. So we want to go the full-time route. And also with the lodger's tax, implementing that and trying to replicate some of the excess of Lincoln County. And also with the growth of Chaparral, extreme growth, where we're getting taxpayers in that speak Spanish and only Spanish. And unfortunately, our team of 4 are no Spanish speakers among us, so.
We can understand it, but we can't speak it very well.
Yes. So I went ahead and looked into all of the similar sized or smaller counties that were willing to give their treasurer office size to me, and wanted to give you guys a comparison. So Eddy County, which is approximately the same population base as us, they have double our staff at 8 employees. Lincoln County, which is about a third of our population, has 6 employees and then 1 seasonal during heavy tax season. San Miguel, which is about a quarter of our population, has 5 employees. And then Catron, Curry, and Sierra, all of which are smaller, have 4 employees, which match our size. So there is definitely momentum in other counties to empower the treasurer's office. And we've only been there in a month and a half, but we have recognized there are inefficiencies. And usually, that you just have to live with that. But the problem with inefficiencies in the treasurer's office is we are the main revenue generating arm of the county. So when there's inefficiencies, that means we're not maximizing tax collection rate. We're putting investment money into the state's investment portal, which is one way to make money, but you're not going to make as high a return if you go to different brokers and try to do short-term ladders and other alternatives. So we want to expand to a full-time staff of 5 and eliminate all of those inefficiencies, and Kuya has a few.
I do, thank you. Forgive me, I've entered the age where I can't see with my glasses on or off.
Welcome to the party.
Thank you. Yeah, so we have discussed the coverage and the efficiency several times since we've taken office. Our office currently closes at 4:30, and that's to allow the ladies to close their till, process that money under the safety and security that the public isn't around us when all that money is being counted. But with an additional staff member, we could stagger the 3 ladies, or we could stagger whatever it is, so we could actually keep our office open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And that will be helpful. We have found that people have expressed disappointment and being upset when they have come in, even if it is shortly after 4:30, our office has been closed, they get upset. Especially, we have noticed that a lot of the people from Chaparral, they will drive down in person and pay, and that is very frustrating to them. They have expressed that. As far as coverage goes, there has not actually been a full week since we have taken office that we have had full coverage. For whatever the reason is, that is a concern for us. Let's see, some of the other things are our predecessors have outsourced some of the work. So we were having, until recently, the clerk's office was endorsing checks. We do have that power back, and so, these are just some things that we have recognized. Also, when one of the ladies is out of the office, it is an all hands on deck. Carl and I are still in the process of being trained. That theory of sink or swim, that definitely took effect the first week that we came in. One of the staff members was sick, viable, but we tried to process payments on our own, and we couldn't take credit cards. Just, some of these basic operating functions aren't being covered effectively due to the small staff that we have. Let me tell you some other things. I do believe that having an additional staff member in there, we're trying to, once again, have efficiency. We're trying to come up, delegate duties more evenly. That will result, once again, in us increasing the tax collections for our county. And so we do feel like having an additional staff member would be extremely beneficial.
And we did find out also that if one of our two deputy treasurers are out for whatever reason, it changes the whole dynamic of the entire team, including us. So we're out trying to secure higher interest rates from our banks, talk to new banking partners, meet our investment brokers, get new investment plans in place. We have a lot of cash and liquidity that was not being invested that we were trying to get invested ASAP, but it's very difficult to do that if we need to stay in the office and not be at First National or Southwest Heritage Bank or meeting with these brokers. So it does detract from our roles, but it also, I feel like this treasurer office in its current scope can be a burden for our neighboring offices. If we only have one deputy treasurer up front and she needs to use the restroom, and this has not happened recently, but in the past, as far as we're aware, and our predecessors weren't there, what would happen is someone from the assessor's office would take over and just make sure the front desk had coverage. So that then, our inefficiencies are now scaling over and impacting an entirely different department.
Yeah.
And I don't feel good about that.
You keep calling them deputy treasurers. You only have one deputy, right?
She's my chief deputy.
Yes.
The rest, their official job titles are deputy treasurer.
And then both of you are full-time over there?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
What are the other people in the office currently making? Do you know, per hour?
Oh, you're talking about the cost? So
Yeah.
I was just actually looking at that. Annually, a full-time position at $22 an hour, including salary would be $45,760 a year. But then also including the benefits, if they take full family medical, that would bump it up to $76,283. If they were to hire right now, that would only be about, let's say, 4 months worth, and the total salary plus benefits, full medical, once again, would be about $25,000. That is if they were to hire someone who could start, let's say, March 1st. And that would be if they took full family medical, it would likely, may or may not be that much. So that's what it would be for a full-time position.
How does that compare with what the people that are currently there are
It's a
making?
little lower, but it's within the same range. We put it at 22 for multiple reasons. One, because we're competing with the banks. Essentially, we want that background. That's the ideal background. We also ideally want someone who's bilingual. So that's going to be an added cost. But The other two are making around 23, so it's very close. And I'm fine with that, just because we, as a department, we handle payroll, we manage payroll, so there are situations where employees can't see what anyone else is making. And I don't know about you, I don't like drama. So if we can keep, if they're all doing the same job, the same duties, and they're all equally qualified, I would much prefer it if there's not a big discrepancy that could cause conflict.
It's been an extremely tough transition, and God bless you both for what you're going through. I don't think the community knows how difficult this has been and the situation you were left in. And, you know, I've often said that this is not a career position. You have both forfeited where you were at in order to serve for our communities, and then handed a basket of stuff to deal with and fix it and mold it and turn it into something beautiful, which you are. I also, you know, as a business owner, I've never understood being a career government employee, but I consider if you're a government employee that you're dedicated to serving your community and that you're supposed to give all of your effort towards that. And if that means not taking a 15-minute break when it gets busy in the office, I expect that as an employer, you know, and I would hope that the employee, I know as a government, you're not allowed to say you're not allowed to take a break, but come on. I mean, they've got to use common sense as employees to support the office, especially during this transitional phase. And because it's so difficult, I completely support a full-time position, because we have to cross-train and make sure that 8 years down the road that we don't have the same kind of transition disaster.
And to that point, because there were no written standard operating procedures anywhere, it lived in the heads of the predecessors. We are going to document everything. We're taking a look from the top down of every procedure, every process that we have, and we're going to make it efficient. But to do that, we're going to need a culture change, but we're also going to need to increase the office size as well.
And, you know, I would like to state that there is no lack of knowledge in our office. That is not the issue whatsoever. The issue is efficiency, coverage, making sure that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that we are handling tax collections properly. I just really want to make sure that I'm getting that point across. It has nothing to do with lack of knowledge in the office. It's certainly procedural things.
Well, I think that it would be a really good idea for you to have, you know, like protocols. I mean, I'm all about job protocols, so that if somebody's out, you can pick up a protocol and at least figure out what you have to do that day. So that might be something that you start fresh.
Oh, we already have.
Good. I'm glad to hear
Yes.
that, because that helps you in a bind. So, right?
I'm just a little confused. What pile of, I'm presuming you were going to say the S word that you got. I did not know of anything. All I know is that in the past years, ever since I've been here, they've even turned back and said they didn't need another person. They had a person on their deal set up to hire. And then they got rid of it because they said they didn't need it. So I'm a little curious as to, number one, what that pile of is. And
Do we want to make that public?
I don't know if you want to make that public. I'm just going to say there was drama, and we're all adults.
Well, you've already made it public, so.
No, not yet.
No.
when she said you made a pile of, so I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here.
It was, unfortunately, and I take, my full responsibility for my part in it, but it was a contentious primary. And even in December, when we got 30 minutes, And that was it, 30 minutes to talk, which was really only 15 minutes. It was clear there was still a lot of tension, and there was not going to be any help there for us. So we don't know, I don't want to get any more detailed just because it involves other people, and I'd rather not make that public, but we're not trying to make it sound like this has been a terrible nightmare job. I'm loving this. This has been an amazing month and a half almost. And I just want to honor my campaign promises and make sure that we can make this, maximize our investments, maximize our returns, negotiate better rates, but we can't do that if we're too consumed with learning how these different protocols that do not exist in any fashion or form, they all just live in individual people's heads. We need to put that to paper, then we gotta train ourselves, and it's a whole process, and it takes us away from the duties that could actually increase the value of the treasurer's office.
Also, may I add, right now, currently in our office, we probably have over 1,000 return mail tax bills. Over 1,000.
Yes.
That 1 out of the 2 girls fully understands, is aware of how to research and try to find the last address on file or things like that. That is going to be something that we're going to implement with all staff, but we have 1,000, over 1,000, that we could easily try to get at least 50% of those bills sent to the right people, which will also increase the tax collections. And so that is something that's at the top of our list in trying to process and handle. There have been that many, if not more, since the beginning of this year. So, you know.
And I'm sure most of you already know this, so it's not exactly making it public, but my predecessor did accept another job halfway through last year. So this office was really operating on 2 people who were able to cover the main front desk duties of answering the phone and taking payments, but that's half their job. There's a whole other half. The returned mail that Kuya was referencing, that is how we increase our tax collection rates, by trying to find alternative addresses so people can get their tax bill. There's thousands just stacked there from last year because unfortunately there just wasn't enough. There was only 2 people in the office most of the time. So, yeah.
Well, I agree that you need some more help. And if we've got the money to cover it, I mean, I think everybody needs to be cross-trained. So when somebody is out, the next one knows how to pick up the slack. So.
You have an upcoming auction.
Yes,
that,
March 5th.
And you
at
guys
Fairgrounds.
Facilitate,
We do.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's gonna be another, looks like a full day auction.
It does
Yes.
look like a full day.
Yes.
Okay. Any more questions? No. Okay. Do you want to make a motion, or?
Yep. I will make a motion to approve the full-time deputy treasurer position at the rate of $22 an hour.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
thank you. Oh, Trent's back in here. Okay, number 40, discuss and consider options for the Weed Community Center.
Commissioners, we discussed this several months ago when I brought it to you originally, and after that discussion, there was really no decision made. And then it was reported to us about the roof leak. Staff looked at it, we got a quote, and of course, it's pricey. So before we agree on the roof, we really need to decide how we're gonna move forward with the building, what options. I do wanna tell you, RB and I and Pablo are kind of in the works of looking at federal appropriations from our congressman. We do want to apply for La Luz Gate Road, and this, if, depending on which way you go, would also be an option under their community project funding. So there's an option or more options to apply for funding that we can look into.
Were you able to attend their last community meeting?
Mm-hmm.
What is their sentiment, what they want us to do?
Well, I mean, it's overwhelming to them, the amount of money that it's gonna take, even for a new roof was like $250,000, and to them, that was like, oh my gosh, how can it be that much? But in today's prices and the size of that building, it's very, I mean, I can see how that can happen. But while I was up there, they were talking about what they've done at the community center just in the last few months. They've had weddings there, they've had funerals there, they've had community meetings there, the cattle growers meet there. I mean, if it's happening in that area, it's happening in Weed, and it's happening in that facility. So to me, that facility has so much history that I would like to do whatever we can to save that and to make it safe for the people to be there. And my absolute 1,000 thing I will not vote for is to demolish it and make a parking lot out of it. I will not support that. I mean, we're going to...
And are you referring to both buildings or just the main building? Because I see in the proposal here, it's one of the proposals demolishing the east side building.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still considering that?
Well, the meetings and stuff you're talking about, they're having in the upper building.
Yeah, they have that in the gym.
Yeah.
Well, I've been into the meetings in the lower building too.
We're
Where did my
looking at the
stuff go?
lower building, the newer of the two, the larger one. And of the three options, one was to demolish, which I think we agree, we don't
We're
want to
not
go down
doing
that route. The other was to renovate and partially demolish some of it. And then the first option was to renovate the entire facility. So if we leave out the demolish, we still got to kind of look, are we going to renovate the whole thing or do a partial renovation? And we kind of have to know that so we know what we're applying for.
And then if we choose not to demolish anything but renovate everything, then how does that fit into our plan for that being an emergency evacuation point?
That's something that needs to be considered because it has a lot of potential uses, and especially as an emergency evacuation point, if that is, and probably should be, a goal, because there's a need, and two, it could fill it, and three, that could help justify and qualify for funding. And so in looking at that, the kitchen's essential, because that can be preparing meals if people are having to stay there. The gym is essential for the space to put out cots or do large-scale training, bring the fire department in or emergency services. And there's also classrooms in there that can serve for the training function. The library area that they have developed, can maybe qualify for some library funding, and it's preserving the history. So it's an important thing. I think we can find funding with some creativity and resourcefulness to preserve the majority of the building and put it to good use. It's just right now, it's expensive because of the size, and then the way in which it was built was not efficient. You can't heat it in a cost-efficient manner right now. If whatever gets done, solar panels could absolutely be incorporated in some way to offset some of that. There's lots of options, and so all of that needs to be on the table. And I think we just need some more time to see what we can acquire with those different avenues of funding. Talk to the Sacramento Mountain Foundation, see what funding is available at the state level, and then the community funding that Congressman Vasquez's office is talking to us about. And then there's a USDA grant specifically that mentions community centers and also law enforcement centers. Like, that's another option for Chaparral too. And so because all of that is in limbo, I don't think we need to do the $250,000 roof thing, because that's comprehensive. I don't know if, yep, Eric's here, so once we decide to get to that, he has another option that is just a patch. It's still not as cheap as light, but it's just a big building, and it's gonna take some money, but I say we keep, or I would suggest just patching it and holding it together while we find something that will address the whole situation.
Well, you're demolished to one side and turn the gym side into fire station deal. The gym side is the piece of crap side. If you're gonna tear anything down, that's the side that needs to go and redo. But, and even with the roofing prices, that's why I asked Trent to come in with Garland. There's no warranty on that roof. The way I'm reading it, it's strictly a patch.
And I did check on insurance. If there was a specific event that it could be tied to that caused damage, we could maybe get coverage. And so I did suggest that we look and see if there's hail damage, because there were some hailstorms.
That's in 41 that I'm talking about, the bid you got there for the roof.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So, basically, when it was brought to my attention that there was an issue with the roof, I think we've had leaks on that roof for quite a while, and we've addressed them several times. So, I chose the best option to go forward with was to have the roof inspected. So myself and our representative from Garden did go up. We looked at the roof, so we're not in need of a new roof. Let's clarify that right now. Overall, the integrity of the roof is still good. It's fine. It's not showing any signs of rust or wear. It's just 30, 40 years of wear and tear that haven't been maintained. So we're talking about lap seams, fasteners that hold the roof down, any type of flashings or any type of roof jacks that go through any penetrations. Those types of things are beginning to fail. So I had him go ahead and give me a couple of different options. The more expensive options was actually doing a complete roof coating. So that's redoing all those fixes and then coating the entire roof to give us some longevity. A cheaper option than re-roofing, but a better option than just patching and putting a Band-Aid on. That does come with a 10-year warranty for workmanship and for material and those types of things.
Where does that say that in this proposal?
It's 10-year Garland warranty, that is our warranty. It's under scope of work for metal restoration coating. Either option we go with is 10 years.
The only one I have is this.
It should be on that front page right there, Garland warranty.
Don't point it out.
I'm hoping you guys say that with a 10-year warranty. So for the coating, it does come with a 10-year warranty with either option of coating that we use. So that any problems we have, we call them, they come back in and they'll repair them. Asked him if he could come up with a cheaper option. That's where I came up with the other price. And basically what that is to come in, like I said, not really do anything to the membrane or the main part of the roof. And that, another reason that drives up the costs on these is its location. It's not right around the corner, and there's no place for contractors, few contractors that are even willing to go over there. So this isn't setting gold. It doesn't mean we can't see about getting another contractor. I just reached out to the company.
Am I missing, did we get a proposal set for, say you leave the east side the way where the gym is, what was it cost to get that turned into bays for the fire?
My computer's dying, so it's on energy saving mode. Let me see.
Because I haven't, I mean,
On page 7. Are you looking for this, where the fire trucks are in there?
well, maybe this one. So,
Half a mile away, if that, right? There's a fire station? Okay, and just make sure I have that in my head,
That's correct.
that we just put a big old fancy fence on, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And again, I asked for these options based on a maintenance perspective. Regardless if we move forward, if we don't move forward, every day that we don't repair this, we're causing more damage in another area.
Oh, yeah.
So
But
that's,
your gym area is, like I was saying, you and I both agreed when we walked that thing is,
it is in need
I
of a
mean,
lot
it
of
leaks,
work.
you got air coming in everywhere.
That is correct.
Good chins project. If we were to patch the roof, this money be thrown in the trash because we're doing that? or-
It technically could.
And I'm not
depending-
talking about demolishing the buildings. I want to completely keep the building, but if we invest in the patching and then,
as much of the integrity of the building there and reuse as much as we can. So I don't see the roof, at least the majority of the roof, going away. And as I stated, I went up there myself, just be remedied by applying the proper coating by professionals that know how to completely clean the area, dry the area, and apply this so that, anything else. So products just don't tend to last as long. But I'm trying to get us some more time. That was the reason I asked for the lesser costing option, till we can decide what we want to do. And reality, yes, we may have to go with a $50,000 option, and it may be for nothing if we decide not to. I can always have the proposal reworked.
Be a better way to go.
Correct.
I mean, a patch is a pound, they step between a purlin, they're gonna press the panels down, and you've got a leak, another one. So, I was just wondering what, if we left, because option 2 has demolish the right side, turn it into bays. What was the reason for needing the extra bays?
Originally, and Matt would have to jog my memory.
Oh, there he is, right back there.
The fire station units, that they would have a place to store those so they're not out in the cold. But of course, the gym, like RB mentioned, is great for how the building. And I don't know if RB agrees, but I'm in favor of keeping the whole thing and doing a complete renovation.
that's where I'm
I
at.
think we can
That's
put
where
it
I'm
to better use.
Yep.
And
And so if we invest in a roof and we can still work around it without wasting the money repairing the roof now?
That's true, sad but true.
I'm
I
here
mean,
to
at
seek
least,
your
at
guidance.
least right now, if we need to use it for emergency centers, we can. But if you start working on it, and the fire starts, you're gonna have a mess.
I don't believe the roof is drips and different things here and there, creating problems with ceiling tiles and things like that. What I can do is revisit it until we move forward. I probably have funding in the current budget to do that. And then, once we decide how you guys want to proceed, then we can see what option.
Then the upper building needs re-roofed too, or coated? No, that one's good?
That one is fine.
Okay.
That was replaced with a metal roof quite a while ago. And that pitch on there, I wouldn't want to fix it.
This morning early and just told him, keep this in mind, we need money, and
Yep.
we need to save it.
So then option 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I will move forward and work with Providence, in addition to those that RB has found.
Okay. We'll keep working with our legislators too to,
Yep.
okay. All right,
Direction, and it's on the record.
all right. I make a motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yay, yay weed.
That's next.
So we really don't need to do anything with 41 then, because it tied in with that.
So you don't want to do anything with the roof at this time?
Well, you said you thought you had it in your budget to,
I will look into what it will cost to get any severe areas that need to be repaired.
Okay.
And then we can revisit.
sure, see what you
If
need
he
to do.
has it in his budget, he can move forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we need to vote on it or no? Okay.
41, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
41. All right, so I make a motion to table number 41, while Eric does some more investigation.
I'll second that.
Okay, Pete. And can we take a quick?
Please.
I was gonna do it earlier and I was like,
So-
Wiggle in,
yeah,
wiggle in.
yeah, we're,
Remember that when you table it, that quote's already expired, so it's really no good. The longer we wait, the more it's gonna cost, but just kind of do the roof.
yeah, oh, that's right, if we wanted to completely redo it.
Mm-hmm. So, I understand, I would still wait. I'm not saying that the place is gonna burn down, but
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Are we taking a break, Lily? kind of everything's running around, going crazy down everywhere. Actually been to like 3 meetings down in Chaparral on the regular Colquitt meeting, the regular monthly meeting. Actually 2 of the monthly meetings they were having. Thank you, Amy, for getting that spaceport tour set up. That was pretty awesome. So, Commissioner Markwart and I have got together and we are getting that emergency services, that kind of a wildfire plan deal set up and trying to run. My visiting with Sid out at the extension office, he had concern. My concern is I just want to make sure everybody is spot on and ready. We don't have any glitzes, kind of like maybe some that happened in Ruidoso. And then making sure, that's why I asked in front of the Forest Service and everybody that was here, and make sure our equipment's registered to be able to go on, and no more of that confusion. I mentioned I did a ride-along with one of the deputies. It was very, very interesting. I was really kind of paying a lot of close attention to procedures and operations, and they did everything spot on. It was a really good deal. So if you ever get a chance to go, you ought to go on one. You probably see them more than you want to see them, but
I think I kind of am.
but this one was interesting. It was a good one. So then I had to go back to the Colquitt deal, and then I was asked to sit on the board. The Sacramento Foundation is putting together a board of stakeholders for dilapidated buildings and stuff. They're going to put some money in. They never really last night told us how much. Did they tell you on your meeting what they were going to contribute?
We met with the consultants who are looking
Yeah.
at working on the study. There was no mention of funding.
So I've heard a rumor they had about $1.5 million, $2 million they were going to put in trying to do some creativity. They're still very interested. John caught me last night before we left and told me he wanted to go with me back to Chaparral next time I go for that down there. But and last night my deal, I'm sure, was the same as what you had with the guys that are trying to put together a proposal deal for it. And then a very interesting one, we went to Ruidoso Tuesday night. Man, if the 30-30 didn't go through, they found another way to try to do it. That's exactly what it boils down to. It's nothing but a land grab. I don't know how to say it politely, but people need to really be paying attention.
They're ready for you to sign.
Perfect.
We'll mail a copy.
Okay. And I said, they got a lot of new ideas. I checked with Tom, and Tom says, we've got everything to do what we need to do. Don't be buying any equipment. So anyway, but that's what I've been doing. So.
And there's an opportunity coming up for another tour, which is a groundbreaking ceremony that's going to be coming up. They did have to postpone it due to the federal funding situation, but it looks like maybe April. And then we'll be able to invite our chamber. Socorro, Donna Anna went to the Santa Fe conferences. Always a benefit to go to all of those and build relationships and coalitions. And while in Santa Fe, I don't even know how many meetings I went to up there. Momentum, and I think it's always good to have a commissioner in there so that not only we know which direction they're going, but we can meetings, which are very exciting. They're going to be developing historical downtown Tularosa, and they're getting community input about how they want it designed and if they want it redesigned and all of that. So hopefully we'll be able to get them funding if they apply for a Main Street grant to become a Main Street, or even Colonius grants or whatever, because exactly what they're doing aligns with both of those directions. So I'm very heavily involved. That's all my home and my district. Participated in the PIT count point in time for our homeless count. You know, I wanted to do it last year, didn't have time, and I had time to do it this year. I actually identified 14 homeless people, and I only counted it in my district. I did go to some areas that had homeless people in them in the past, and since then the private property owners have actually fenced off those areas and they're completely cleaned off. So those were 2 different areas I identified, but I did find, 14, was able to talk to them about availability of resources, whether it was lacking and if they couldn't. I didn't know that the church, the Roadrunner Food Bank that's in La Luz, requires an ID if you want to ask for food. And several of them that I spoke with don't have IDs. So they don't have that resource and all that. So I've already let 100% know, that we need to work on that. I mean, it's a human walking up needing food. Who cares if they have an ID? So working on that, but yeah, that was eye-opening.
You have to have an ID to eat, but not to vote. Just saying.
Yep. Preaching. I went to a Rio Rancho meeting, I think it was this week, might have been last week. As mentioned earlier, the cleanups on Highway 70 and working with the state on that. I went to that pipeline meeting, which was I'm glad that I was there, because that is definitely a piece of our emergency plan that we have not considered when we're developing this. And it was really targeted to our firefighters, first responders and all that about what to do when there's a leak and all that kind of stuff. But that has to be in our plan by those examples. So hopefully now they'll have a place at the table, including El Paso, because their pipeline goes to Pinon. So that's, yes. I did put in letters. I wasn't able to attend the city commission meeting, their special meeting about the homeless ordinance, but I did submit some ideas. I don't think a new ordinance needs to be written. We already have rules in place for that, but I did give ideas for plan and what to do. And my Rio Rancho meeting, part of that was how they address their homelessness, and they have it where they see somebody homeless, they load them in the car and take them to Albuquerque. No questions asked. I thought, that's a good idea. Las Cruces, here we come.
Is that official policy?
It is. It is. And for law enforcement or everybody, they identify their homeless. And if you drive Rio Rancho streets, you can tell it is clean. There's no tents. There's no. So it might be something we look into. What else? Had extension office meetings, and I think that's about it. But I do want to throw out there too, I know we're getting ready to gear up for budgets. And obviously we're spending money like it's growing on trees. So I'm challenging every single department that asks for a raise for any of their employees, which I hope is merit-based, that they can also come with a 10% budget cut of what they can do for their departments. So I'm pretty much not going to consider any kind of raises if there's not some sort of a budget cut in there somewhere. So, with that being said, that's all I've done.
Okay, I'm gonna drag in my computer because I forgot to print this out, but, okay, we toured the spaceport, and that was really cool, and the Thunderbirds were practicing there while we were there, so they flew all day long. It was so cool. I mean, that's a neat thing. Attended the Otero County Days in Santa Fe, went very well. We had a lot more people than we had last year, made a lot of really good connections, so I think that's something we need to keep doing. Attended the emergency services meeting and planning to be prepared for emergencies with Commissioner Matherly. Attended the Mexico Association of Counties Conference in Santa Fe from the 21st, 24th of January, and while I was there, I was elected to the executive board to represent District 6, which is Otero, Lincoln, Chavez, Lee, and Eddy counties. Attended the meeting in Mayfield with the Soil and Conservation Committee and the Forest Service. And we talked about the dams that are up there, which is very interesting, but they're very expensive to maintain, so we got to have them. Let me scroll that too far. What else
Not much.
Yeah. Okay, attended, my first New Mexico Association of Counties, executive board meeting, received updates on the legislative session, was invited to speak at Rotary on the Wednesday Rotary Club at the Valley. Attended a meeting in Weed along with RV to talk to them about their community center and stuff. Zunia Electric bought the old bus company out on South Florida, so, I attended their flag raising out there and got a tour of the facility, and it's really nice. I mean, they've done a really good job. I'm glad to see those properties get repurposed so they're not just sitting there. It's beautiful now. They've done a great job. Attended a meeting with the Montana Natural Resource Coalition regarding a possible meeting with the Office of Management and Budget in Washington in March. Attended a main gate meeting, left for Santa Fe on February 5th at 4:30 a.m. to get the gifts delivered to our state reps and senators by 9 a.m., which we did. They freaking love those jets. That was the hit. I mean, they love the jets. Everybody got a jet. So, actually, the sergeant of arms from the House, she came with 3 of her co-workers to our event that night, our reception. So we made a really good connection. I've got her phone number, and they're going to come down when we stand up the F4 in July. They all want to come down for that, so kind of cool. Organized and attended a meeting with Otero, Lincoln, and Travis counties and New Mexico categories about that NIEPC corridor that Commissioner Mather was talking about. We had about 140 people showing up, so that was very well attended. It was a nice meeting. And I attended the EELU meeting with NACO, and we also have a resolution regarding that NIEPC from all of the counties in the United States. So we're really trying to put pressure on that. So that's what I've been doing.
One other thing before we get, and I forget again, if we can, everybody on the budget meeting calendar. I usually don't have problems with meeting, but I will not be here for 3 of those budget meetings.
Okay. I can't pull my calendar up, my laptop died. Yeah.
But I know that Commissioner Barella had a day, conflicting day, and you hadn't even looked at it, have you?
Haven't even gone through it yet.
So,
do we need to just kind of go each time by each time?
So the first one, there's a conflict, is actually that first big budget session, which was originally scheduled for April 3rd. And so we'd have to move it back into March. I know Pamela's going to be gone, I think, the 20th. And then Commissioner Matherly will be gone starting the 22nd. So I was looking at possibly Tuesday or Wednesday, March 18th or 19th. Because on the 17th is when I was going to meet with Pamela just to go over what had been submitted by all the departments. The departments aren't going to be submitting anything until about March 10th. Some of them will submit earlier, but that's the deadline, is March 10th. So that gives me a week to get everything together, meet with Pamela, and then the 18th or 19th would be the first big budget session.
Okay, so the April 3rd meeting,
That's the one we have conflict with.
you're proposing to move it to what date?
March 18th or 19th.
March 18th. We already have a count. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the 13th. I don't have my glasses.
I've got a meeting at 1 on the 18th, but I don't have anything right now on the 19th, if that works for everybody else.
19th works for me.
I'm hoping it does. I don't have, my calendar's not here.
So the April 3rd, tentatively, move it to the 19th.
Yes.
Okay, let me,
Commissioners, the 19th may create a problem for some. As I emailed you, there is that ethics class we paid money for training, and that is an all-day event on the 19th.
18th and the 19th, I think. Oh, no, there's.
The one is for
the one is-
dispatch
yeah,
only,
that's right.
but the ethics one I scheduled is the 19th.
what about the 27th?
I'm not here.
And
Oh, okay.
Gerald's not here either.
I'm not here.
And I've got 2 meetings already on this.
I don't think I can do that one on the phone.
Yeah.
No. What about the 25th?
I'm not here.
Same
I'm
thing,
out
they're
that
both
week,
gone.
When are you leaving?
the 20th to the
What
29th.
about
St. Patrick's Day.
April 7th? But there's a commission meeting that week as well.
That's okay. I'm available the 7th. Are you all?
I'm okay on the 7th,
March 7th?
yes, April 7th.
April 7th.
So the 3rd is moving to the 7th at 9 a.m.
That is pushing it back, or into the future, pretty late from where we normally have it, but we can make it work. The next one there's an issue with is the community services presentation on the 17th. I believe Commissioner Barilla had
Yeah,
an issue with that
I'm
one.
going to a mental ill tour in Florida.
That sounds wild and brave.
Seems like it should be up in California.
They might just admit me while I'm there.
Florida offers some impressive scenarios.
So, yeah, the 17th I didn't put in my calendar, so I'm good with, and we have the commissioners affiliates that week too. So I'm good for the 22nd. Oh, you're not gonna be here.
I'm here the 22nd
Are you
of
here for the-
April. We're looking at April.
Okay,
That was March for me.
okay, so I'm good for the 22nd.
Me too.
Was the commissioner affiliate? In
The
Ruidosa?
13th through the 15th of April.
Okay.
It's a Tuesday.
So what are we doing now?
So that would be April 22nd at 9 a.m.
And what
Sure.
meeting is that moving?
That's for the
17th.
the community,
service, yeah.
the community
On the
service.
22nd?
Yes.
At
Mhm.
9?
So the next one, I think, Commissioner Matherly, I'm not sure, it looks like you might have a conflict on the May 1st budget hearing.
May 1st, I can change that one.
That one's okay? All right, so then I
You good on May
guess
1st?
I'm good on May 1st.
Okay.
to adopt the interim budget, that was gonna be May 22nd. But there's a conflict there.
I'll be in South Dakota.
That's a cool state.
I know. I'm
So
really
we'd have to
busy
do it
already.
probably the week of the 26th. And the interim budget is due on June 1st. Well, actually, probably, no, they're gonna make it June 1st because it's statute, even though the 1st is on a Sunday, which means I probably would need to have it submitted. Well, I mean, I can come in and do it whenever, but if we could move it someplace, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of
What about the 20th?
the week of the 26th of May.
That is a holiday.
I
Memorial
won't
Oh,
be,
shoot, that
I'm
is,
gone
isn't
from
it?
the
Okay.
14th
How
to the
about-
25th.
The 22nd move to the 20th.
Move it to the 20th?
I won't
Okay.
be here on the 20th.
19th to the 24th for South Dakota, that whole week.
How about the 22nd move to the 15th?
I can't move it up too far because I need time to complete everything. The 20th would probably be about the earliest.
And did we already eliminate the 27th?
Vicky's out that week.
The 27th I'll be back. I could do that.
So is the 27th too short for you?
27th would work,
May 27th?
yes.
Yeah, I can
Okay.
do that.
Tuesday.
So 22nd is moving to the 27th.
Yes.
And these are all at 9 a.m., right?
Yeah.
And then the last one would be the approval adopting the final budget. I had it originally for July 24th. We could move it to the following week. I don't want to move it on Thursday, the 31st, because that's the day it's due.
How about the 17th?
That's going to be tough because it would have to be maybe no more than 1 or 2 days before the 24th.
23rd?
Or after that, like the 28th or 29th, because that's the end of a quarter, it's the end of a month, end of a quarter, end of the fiscal year. There's a lot of data that has to be put together because the numbers for that final budget, it has to be our ending cash balances from June, has to go roll into the final budget. And there's some additional time that takes, so I can't move it.
What day works best for you, and then we'll try to figure it out. Give me time, yeah.
Yeah, no, so if we could do it anytime, even earlier, the week of like the 21st of July or the 28th. I'd prefer like the 28th, 29th, but whatever works best for you. I don't want to go earlier than the week of
28th,
the
29th
21st.
works for me.
I can't do the 28th or 29th, I can do the 21st.
21st,
And 21st I can't do.
22nd?
22nd
I can do the
can't
22nd too. That's pushing it.
Okay, let's do
Okay.
the 22nd.
So the 24th is
Is
moving to the
going to the
22nd.
22nd. Okay, and I will send out the updated budget calendar. Thank you very much.
Phew. I'm glad we all have nothing to do.
I
Okay, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
That's okay. Since the last meeting, had my quarterly staff meeting. Yesterday, RB and I and Amber and Cody with Code Enforcement met with the Sacramento Foundation to discuss their study and plans for helping out with the issues with dilapidated buildings. Of course, the spaceport tour was great, like you all said. That was quite educational. Attended NMC conference. Had the kickoff meeting with our broadband consultants just to kind of introduce and make a plan of moving forward and at least identify stakeholders. So they are contacting our stakeholders already to meet with them to look at needs and issues. And I've discussed with you being on that next call.
If you remember, one of the meetings that we had a year and a half ago or whatever was identification of our stakeholders, and I have that list.
Send it to me.
Okay.
Okay, and see if we missed anything.
Okay.
Okay. Of course, I'm working on the courthouse evaluations. We were gonna do that as a group yesterday, and as you know, I had an emergency yesterday and am working on that tomorrow in the office. Attended the town hall meeting in Ruidoso about the corridor and the land grab. And I don't know if you're aware, I did put it on Facebook this week. We have the first piece of art through the Art in Public Places program installed at the EOC. That will be one of two pieces there. They had 2 grants, and these grants, some of those capital outlay grants include like 1% for a piece of art. And we did have a committee, thank you, Vicki, to help select that art. And there will be a piece installed in Tiburon at the new fire station. It's a much larger piece. It was a larger grant. We had a little more money for some art. And so, yeah, I welcome you to go out to the EOC and look at their new piece of art. We don't have the second piece scheduled yet for installation, but I'll let you know when that takes place.
That's pretty neat. Is it local artists?
This one is out of Santa Fe, and she was quite surprised that we picked a piece that is landscape from up there, but it is a beautiful piece. It's really beautiful. I went out there when she was installing it. They installed the artwork themselves, and it's a locking mechanism. The artwork cannot be removed. So yeah, it's a lengthy process to install a piece of art.
We went through like 400 different teams. It was a lot.
That's pretty neat, though.
Yeah. And what we did was the committee each picked 3 pieces. Out of all those combined, we let the fire chief and Matt for his building make the final selection of what was chosen.
I'm going to go look at it.
Yeah, I will too. I'll have to see which one he picked, because I don't know which one he ended up with, so. Anyway.
All right, Commissioners, as everyone else has said, it's been a busy month. I went to the New Mexico Counties Conference in Santa Fe and shared information with colleagues and learned some stuff and networked, so that was good. Everything else I'll go over is not in any particular order. But, last week I went to the Soil and Water Conservation District meeting and discussed with them liability that the 3 dams around Mayhill present, and they are a public body like the county and generally have immunity from liability, and they're taking actions to address the issues with these dams, and they're spreading the concern about the capability of the Corps of Engineers looking at it, so it is. They are not holding a secret and not telling anyone, so their liability is fairly minimal, but and ours would be too, but it we need to talk in realistic, practical terms of what danger this actually poses to the public and how do we mitigate it. So they're working on doing things to improve the dams and reduce risk, but to get them to where they can withstand a 100 or 1,000-year storm that could potentially come through will take millions of dollars, and that has not materialized, but something that we recognized during this conversation was we have early warning systems, like Matt has an ability to text out and give a warning. You know, you got, I guess, from the studies we know, if it starts to breach, the people at risk around there have 2 hours to, or if some event, if it reaches a certain level, there's 2 hours to get everyone out before it breaks. And so we have the ability to get that word out to everyone, like via text and stuff. But the gap in this is knowing when it reaches that point to start getting that word out. And so I just did a little cursory research there, and for not too much money, there could be an alarm system put in, and like a camera monitoring system that's all like solar powered, so that, you know, when it reaches this level or that level, it triggers an alarm that, you know, goes to Matt, goes to somebody, you know, dispatch, and so they can start sending out those warnings and organizing getting people out, and there could be a siren system with it too. So I think it's important that as budget comes that, I don't know, I'm gonna put it on Matt since he's not here to defend himself, but that is probably something that we should be considering in that budget, just to do our due diligence to address this issue that we know exists and mitigate potential disaster.
I think an alarm would be a really good idea, some kind of siren like they have the tornado warnings and stuff in Texas, because the people that are camping down there in those trailers, most of them are not gonna have a clue, and they're not gonna be in our emergency system.
No.
You know, so we need some way to alert them and tell them, don't try to hook up your camper, just get out if
Yeah.
that thing breaches, because
Yeah.
that would be a logjam of traffic.
Yes, exactly, yeah, I agree.
So they were talking initially, like a few months ago, completely just abandoning it, not using that dam. Now that's back in the works, because even before that, there was a 5-year plan of bringing it up to code. So sounds like we're back on that 5-year plan to bring it up to code if we're gonna be doing this, or?
I believe so.
And I think we need those dams.
I think so too.
It's gone back and forth, and honestly, those gentlemen who are great public servants, they can talk for hours about those damn dams. So I am not sure, it's gone here, it's gone there.
Well, that lady that came down from Albuquerque to help facilitate a plan seemed like it was the best direction, I thought. I mean, I don't have any input in those meetings, but I thought that was the direction they were gonna go.
It sounds like they're keeping them. I don't know what the details are. They've taken core samples. Those core samples were stored at the Weed Community Center, so that was a use of that place being beneficial. And with our 2 grants from the Army Corps of Engineers for flood studies of the county, they're aware of these dams and incorporating them into their analysis, so that will provide additional data and possibly solutions and open it up to bigger pots of funding potentially.
Well, the Forest Service, either last meeting or one before or somewhere, mentioned they were going to do some funding for those dams, because I even remember asking him, you realize that they're already doing a study on them and stuff, and he said, yeah, they're wanting to do improvements or something to them. So I don't know, somebody needs to get with the Forest Service and see if they're still.
Things are happening. Selena helped me last week or the week before find all of the easements and right-of-way grants and agreements with the Forest Service regarding the dams from 1957 to 1959. So we have, the Soil Water District has those now.
Good.
And they can use that in their discussions with the Forest Service.
Because an old timer told me the ditch that runs along the highway, the big deep ditch, that was created in one rain. In 1940 or late 40s or early 50s, something like that. That was a one rain episode.
Yeah, there was some massive rain that came through, and apparently Artesia was under like 16 feet of water.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was a big deal.
I didn't know that.
And if it's a 100-year event, we're within 10 to 20 years of that.
And then I remember just to clean out the silting for those dams and all that, the Forest Department was giving them a hard time, giving them permission to clean out the silting.
They did accomplish that.
Okay.
That is, over the last 6 months occurred.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, so they are cleaned out. But you know, we know from what Ruidoso experienced last year, you know, should a fire occur, we can expect follow-on issues with the water and the flooding and
floods and all
debris.
that.
And so it's not a matter of if, it's when. And we need to be preparing, and this is part of that.
Actually, when they cleaned out some of those dams, they were talking about the runoff came off one of the fires. I mean, they found the ash and everything when they did those core samples and all that, so.
Last week I went back to Santa Fe, and last Wednesday I attended Ag Fest. It was put on by Farm Bureau, and it was a chance to talk about agricultural issues, and it was pretty neat. I got to see what some of the other soil and water conservation districts were there, and they have a lot more money than ours. They're doing cool stuff, and they had cool swag, and so something for us to aspire to. Part of the reason I was there is I have been working on getting legislation introduced that is for agritourism, limiting liability for agritourism operators, and in the county, our pistachio places, it's going to apply to them, and the lavender place, and some of our you-pick fruit places, because we can't get insurance for those operations because of the current laws in the state. They're so plaintiff-friendly, and their current law does exist for equine activities and skiing, and it's basically by choosing to go to this farm and tour it, you're accepting that farms have inherent risk, and you're accepting that liability, and you can't sue someone. And so if we get some type of legislation passed like that, then these farms will be able to actually get insurance, because the insurance markets will come here and have some protection. And it's, you know, if someone is picking apples and an apple falls on their head and they get a concussion, the farmer is protected from that. But if the farmer leaves a piece of dangerous equipment out and someone falls on it and dies, they're not protected from that. You know, they're still liable for intentional negligent acts. So I talked to legislators about that and worked on that a little bit. And then
Don't forget our pomegranate farmer too. He might apply for that.
That's true. Yeah. Although I think he's going to make brandy with all of his. I don't know if he's
I know.
tours.
He put a B&B in the middle of his field.
Okay, so he would need that.
Yeah.
And then I attended Otero County Days, and I think some great, you know, besides the discussions with our lawmakers, there was great networking amongst community leaders. It seemed, you know, it's neutral ground, and it's okay to talk to each other and share ideas and talk about problems and coordinate. I connected Cloudcroft and Tularosa with Representative Vasquez's team for their community funding, because they have some water projects that they need. So overall, it's good. I have met with the city manager on some issues. We'll be increasing the daily rates that are, we're getting for inmates at the detention center. We let them know we wanted to do that, and they are incorporating it into their budget, so it'll go into effect July 1st. Another thing that I've spoken to them about is doing a MOU regarding the fairgrounds parking lot. They own about 70% of it, and previously there was an agreement between the county and city regarding that. It expired, and then for the last several years it's been between the fair board and the city. It doesn't really make sense. It should be between us and the city, since we're leasing that to the fair board, and it should simply be a part of the lease that we lease to the fair board.
Do you feel comfortable they're gonna keep that as a parking lot? Because I'm hearing rumors that they're not.
I don't. That's a separate issue. The fair board wants to communicate with you about that and explore options. At least some of the city leadership wants to develop it. I see pluses and minuses each way that goes. I did tell the fair board I'd sell them out if it was like a Texas roadhouse that was going to get up there.
The city is wanting, remember a few years back, Dennis offered them $750,000 for it. That's all they're looking at. They don't realize what they're gonna destroy in Alamogordo. If they'd have looked at that fair this year and seen all the cars in the mall parking lot, all the way down through Tractor Supply, up and down the roads, they wouldn't even consider that. So I know it came up. Dean came and he had concerns and stuff, but that truck stop that they were worried about is going on the other side of the road.
Yeah, they're already clearing ground for it.
That's getting developed.
Yeah.
And, there's Raising Cane's and a Jersey Mike's and a Murphy's gas station going in.
Are they gonna all be on that same side of the road as Maverick?
They'll be on the west side of White Sands.
Yeah, they're tearing down BZ Burgers.
Yeah.
And, but there's still a desire to develop the frontage of the fairgrounds parking lot. And we're looking at that being an emergency evacuation center. We're working on an agreement with the public schools that if there's a event at the school, an emergency at the schools, that the kids will be evacuated to the fairgrounds and be staged there to be picked up by their parents or guardians. And the parents and guardians are going to need to park in that parking lot. There's a need for that to stay a parking lot. The fair board is working with Pablo on some grants to develop the land to the east of the fairgrounds. That could be another parking lot. Regardless of what happens, they do need additional parking. So they're looking at some stuff with that.
Well, the east is where the rides are, the carnival sets up.
I think there's still space on the other side of it that is undeveloped.
But we don't own that.
We fenced off what we owned, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Did that all get taken up by the rides? Oh, well, never mind. The hospital owns the lot
Right.
by that, so we could talk to them about that as an option. Everyone, the city and us should be talking about the future of this, and we should be mindful and strategic about what we end up doing.
And that, part of these emergency development meetings, I've said that we need to include the city in on that too, and that they have not been at any of the meetings that I've attended. So we need to get them so they understand what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I agree.
The city doesn't like to play well with others, so.
Fire department will, at least, if we can get the chief there.
We're making progress. There's some good things happening. Along the line of the fairgrounds, while I was at AgFest, I also spoke with the New Mexico State Extension Service leadership to find out about how the agreements or how the relationship between counties and the Extension Service works, what is behind it. I know that there is a federal law and a state statute that talk about funding, but the rest, and that the county should support it. But as far as details, I've not found anything. And, it's absolutely a valuable resource and they do great things. But we don't have an agreement. I can't find anything historical that spells out where in the fairgrounds they're supposed to be, who's responsible for what insurance coverage there is. They're part of the New Mexico state, so they are a governmental entity, but we are leasing that space to the fair board. We have a lease approved by the state regarding that, but it doesn't identify that the Extension Service is also there and who's where and what's what. And other counties do have formal MOUs or MOAs between them and the Extension Service. It's normal. So I asked them if they could provide examples from what the other counties have and facilitate starting that conversation with our regional and local leadership. So not looking to get rid of the Extension Service or anything like that, just want to make sure that we are all on the same page and that everything is addressed that go along with the logistics of it. So
I definitely wanted to stay there where they're at. Because, it just, their whole operation is around the 4-H kids and all that.
It makes
so,
sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep,
And we've got a great group out there.
We do, and I think they're okay with us creating this MOU with them
Yeah.
too. But I also wanted to expand to where they can use the facilities for archery kids and whatever else they do with the kids too, whenever we're writing that up.
Okay, yeah, that would be the purpose of it, is to identify how we can make those things work. And, we may not be aware of some of them, and this will bring them out, so we all sit at the table and talk it out and find out what is beneficial for everyone, but most importantly, the community. Went to the electric corridor meeting with you guys and wrote up the comments. Comments are due tomorrow, and then we'll have a resolution at our meeting on Monday. We have Pamela and Pablo and I will be meeting with the Corps of Engineers next week on the 20th to start talking about the smaller grant that we got with them. It's like $150,000 for a flood study. They're ready to go and ready to start. So that's what we'll be talking about next week, is how it's going to go and what's going to happen.
Is that all for all of Otero County, or is that just around Alamogordo that floods out, or?
It's the whole county.
The whole county?
Yeah. We'll focus on the more populated parts, but the dams need to be looked at, and then also due to our geography, the flooding that comes from the mountains is coming down here, and we need to catch it and do something with it that's useful, so that needs to be a part of it.
Get your jet skis ready.
Yep. Right.
I think that is all I have.
I heard that the Dollar General in La Luz is no longer a plan.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I've heard from somebody that attended the La Luz water meeting last month. So I don't know if that's true or not. And then I see they're doing construction on that abandoned building at the 545 junction. That would have been the Family Dollar building. Do you know what's going on there?
By
The La Luz
off of
stoplight?
54. According to the Facebook rumor mill, and O'Reilly Auto Parts is going there.
So they're moving off of White Sands, or is it a second? Well, no, they're not. It's AutoZone and.
There's an O'Reilly
Okay.
somewhere around
O'Reilly,
there, so I
yeah.
don't know if it's a second location or if they're shutting the other one. I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't continue with the comments long enough to find out.
Couldn't take it.
It's always factual.
Oh, yeah. Okay, anything else? Do you
Just,
guys want to go to lunch and come back for executive session, or do we want to power
Just
through?
get
and do
it
this?
over with.
Okay, I can do whatever. I got busted for the potty break, so I don't want to get busted for not going to lunch.
Have you had any luck on finding you some help? Are you advertising?
It's advertised. I'm gonna advertise in some other places because I don't think anyone has applied.
Gotta get you some help.
We're working on getting caught up in the meantime.
You have to steal one of our applicants from the DA's office.
DA Suggs must be more popular than me.
Must be, yeah.
I thought my beard was better,
He got rid of his.
He trimmed
Oh, did
his,
he?
Yeah, he's looking all professional now. He trimmed it up.
That's too bad.
Okay, if nothing else, I make a motion to hold an executive session under NMSA 1978 to discuss the pending and threatened litigation, contracts, and purchase of lease or real property. Second?
I second that,
Okay,
sorry.
okay.
Thought we were walking out of the room.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
Not a roll call? Yeah.
Commissioner Markwart,
Here?
Commissioner Matherly,
Here.
Commissioner Barella.
Here.
Matters discussed in the executive session were limited only to those matters specified in the motion for executive session by the Board of County Commissioners. I make a motion to come out of executive session.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Markort?
Here.
Commissioner Matherly?
Here.
Commissioner Burrell?
And we are adjourned.
No,
Oh, no,
we're
no, oh, no,
not.
no, oh, no, no, we got one more thing. Take that back. Zzz. I know. Let me find my number. I've got it all open here. Okay. Request approval of an employment contract between the Board of County Commissioners and Pamela Heltner, County Manager.
I'll second.
Oh, second. All in favor? Aye.
Just wanted Pam to breathe a little more.
Did you say aye?
Aye.
Okay, we all ayed. You're gainfully employed.
Right?
Okay, and now we're adjourned.